Marshall Peak, Chapter 4679, Zhao Yi Bai. After Yang Kai knocked on the door for a long time, he finally heard some noises coming from the house. Given his hearing ability, he was aware that the person inside the house was cursing. When the door was opened, a middle-aged woman stuck out her head. With a pair of sleepy eyes, she frowned at Yang Kai and yawned, "What's wrong? Why did you knock on my door in the middle of the night?" Yang Kai took a step back and cupped his fist. "I'm sorry, madam. Lady Yu is about to give birth, so Grandma wants you to come over." Lady Yu? For a moment, the midwife didn't remember who the person was, but she soon recalled it, the woman from the east of the town? Exactly. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. The midwife nodded. "Grandma Ju already told me about it. Isn't her due date still a few days away? Why is she going to give birth tonight? The rain is torrential tonight, and something happened to Lady Yu's house. Perhaps she was too frightened, which is why the baby is coming earlier than expected." The midwife didn't seem to be concerned as she was experienced in delivering babies. She then waved her hand and said, "Got it. You can go back now. Aren't you coming with me?" Yang Kai was shocked. The midwife replied with a smile, "The child won't come out so soon as she has just started showing signs of giving birth. Even if I go over now, there's nothing I can do. I'll attend to her in the morning." Upon finishing her words, she was ready to close the door. Yang Kai immediately took a step forward and grabbed the door before saying anxiously, "Lady, you had already started bleeding before I left. I'm worried that you can't wait until morning." The midwife examined him and curled up her lips. "Why are you so concerned about the young lady? Are you the child's father?" Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to talk about such nonsense with her. Recalling the instructions given by Grandma Ju, he fished out a packet of money and passed it to her. "Please lend her your assistance, madam." The midwife took the packet and weighed it with her hand before putting it inside her pocket. She then said impatiently, "Just listen to me. I'm experienced in delivering babies. It won't be too late when I go over in the morning. I'll take up the responsibility if anything happens to her. Moreover, the rain is pouring right now, so how am I supposed to head over there? I'll fall sick before I even reach her place." Yang Kai furrowed his brows. "Do you mean you'll come if there's no rain?" The midwife scoffed. "What's wrong? Do you think you can stop the rain?" When she said the last word, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by shock. That was because the pouring rain stopped in an abrupt manner. Besides that, the dark clouds soon dissipated and revealed a bright moon, which cast its glow down on the world. The midwife looked up at the sky in confusion and puzzlement. "Madam, a life is at stake." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her while persuading her to come with him. Both astounded and doubtful, the midwife gazed at him. Suddenly thinking of something, she shuddered and said in a flustered manner, "Wait a moment. I'll get ready now." Yang Kai nodded. Soon after, the midwife, who had now put on some proper clothing, rushed towards the east of the town alongside Yang Kai. When they arrived at Grandma's house, they could hear a shriek breaking through the darkness. Upon entering the place, Yang Kai yelled, "The midwife is here, Grandma." Grandma said, "Come in quickly." Yang Kai took a glance at the midwife, who shivered under his gaze, and dashed into the room as though she was afraid of him. He could almost feel Yu Lu's pain when he heard her wailing. It never crossed his mind that a woman had to go through so much agony to give birth to a child, which made him realize the fragility of life and how hard it was to bring a new life into the world. "Young boy, boil some water," Grandma Ju ordered from the back of the house. Yang Kai grunted in response and went to the kitchen to boil some water. An incense stick later, Grandma repeatedly took out a basin of blooded water from the room and poured it into the ditch. On the other hand, Yu Lu's voice gradually weakened. Just then, the midwife was heard saying, "There's nothing else I can do, Grandma Ju. For a pregnant woman, it's no different from heading towards death's door when she's having difficulty giving birth and bleeding excessively, yet Lady Yu is struck with both. Even a deity can't save her now. Can't you think of anything else to help her?" Grandma asked anxiously. The midwife replied, "What else can I do? Lady, you might stand a chance to survive if we can invite a great expert from 7 Stars Sect over, but now, all I can say is that I can only try my best to save the child. 7 Stars Sect is too far from here. There isn't enough time. Grandma shook her head inside the room. Her turbid eyes appeared dejected. Save my child. Yu Lu's voice was intermittent. Outside the room, Yang Kai ordered in a small voice, Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, go in to help her and stabilize her vitality. Upon hearing that, the two worried wood spirits, who had been sitting on his shoulders, instantly flapped their wings and dashed into the room in silence. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a large amount of vitality in the small universe streamed into the room. An hour later, a baby was heard crying so loudly that it was as though everyone in the world could hear it. In the meantime, a strange phenomenon took place in the sky as the moonlight converged and beamed into Yu Lu's room. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, with the interference from Yang Kai, no one else could notice the strange phenomenon other than himself. She successfully gave birth to the child. The midwife sounded pleasantly surprised while Grandma let out a breath of relief. Right then, Mu Lu flew out of the room in silence. Her reddened eyes suggested that she was deeply moved by the incident inside the room. She nodded at Yang Kai to mean that everything was fine, then returned to the room. The people inside the room were still very busy. A moment later, the midwife shuffled out while giving some instructions to Grandma Ju. Don't let her come into contact with water and wind for a month. She's lucky enough to have escaped from death once, but if she doesn't take good care of herself, she might be struck with health concerns. Grandma replied with a smile, although I've never given birth to a child before, I'm aware of the precautions we should take. Many thanks for saving her. The midwife initially wanted to get more money from her, but when she saw Yang Kai standing outside the room, she shuddered and hurriedly said, don't mention it. It's my job. Grandma looked up at Yang Kai and ordered, young boy, prepare another red envelope for her. A ready Yang Kai fished out a packet of money and passed it to her with both hands. Many thanks, madam. The midwife hurriedly waved her hands, there's no need for that. I've already taken a red envelope before, so I can't take another one now. Upon finishing her words, she dashed out without turning her head. Watching her leave, Grandma praised her by saying, she's indeed adept at delivering children. Lady Yu was about to leave this plane, but she was able to pull her through in the end. Not only was she fine, but her child has also been safely delivered. We can't be stingy with this. You have to send her a red envelope later. She has saved 2 lives after all. All right, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll send it to her tomorrow. Yang Kai quickly nodded, then said in a small voice, Grandma, is it a boy or a girl? It's a boy. Grandma put on a smile, in that case, Lady Yu has given birth to a descendant for the Zhao family. I'll take care of her. You should get some rest since you were busy for the entire night. You should get some rest as well, Grandma, Yang Kai said caringly. The next morning, Yang Kai went over to the midwife's place and kept persuading her to accept the red envelope. Then, he left the town to catch some fish from the river. When he returned, he saw Grandma leaving the house with the child as she said, Lady Yu said it's thanks to you who endured the pouring rain and invited the midwife over that she and her child were safe. She has no idea how to thank you, so she wants you to have a look at the child. Yang Kai hurriedly put down the fish and wiped his hands dry before carefully taking the child. Perhaps the child was full, so he was presently sound asleep. There was no doubt that he was adorable. While holding him in his arms, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the space Tao essence of his small universe perfectly matched the child's aura. It was even slowly streaming into his little body. Yang Kai had already realized it when the little one was still in his mother's womb, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so concerned about Yu Lu. Grandma Ju thought that he had his eyes on the young woman, but he was actually interested in her child the whole time. However, it was hard for him to explain such things. I've finally found a successor. That was the idea that suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind. He had never expected he would gain such a benefit one day by raising living beings in his small universe. Given the fact that the child's aura perfectly matched the space Tao essence, he definitely had the right to become Yang Kai's legacy disciple. If the boy was talented and hardworking, he would one day stand on par with Yang Kai when it came to mastery over the Tao of space. Since Yang Kai was still young, he wasn't in a rush to look for a legacy disciple, therefore, he had never thought about it before. However, since a suitable successor had appeared, he wouldn't mind spending some time to train him. The child was born the day before, so his skin was still rather wrinkled. Yang Kai had never held such a petite baby in his arms before, so despite being a powerful sixth-order open heaven master, he was presently quite flustered. He was worried that he might harm the child if he exerted a little more force. To his side, Grandma Ju instructed him on the correct way to carry a child, which made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed. "If you're fine with it, you should give the child a name," Grandma Ju suddenly said. A surprised Yang Kai asked, "Is it all right for me to do that?" Although he intended to take on this child to be his disciple, they were not related in any way after all. Hence, he didn't think he had a right to name him. Grandma Ju pointed at the back room and explained, "It's Lady Yu's idea. She doesn't know how to name a child, nor do I. The child's father suddenly passed away in an accident, and he hadn't said anything about it before his death. So, you'll have to do it. It seems that you did go to school before. Just help her out with it." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stopped turning her down. After giving it a thought, he said, "The child was born at the break of dawn while the sun was rising from the east. Why don't I name him Yi Bai? Since his surname is Zhao, he'll be Zhao Yi Bai." He spoke in a loud voice so that Yu Lu could hear him in the room. Grandma nodded her head. The break of dawn signifies the end of hardship. It's an auspicious name. "What do you think, Lady Yu?" Yu Lu's weakened voice was heard saying, "It's decided, then. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's not really a good name. I hope he won't blame me for that when he grows up." Yu Lu said, "I'm sure he won't." Grandma took the child from Yang Kai. "The child is still young, so he can't stay outside of the house for too long. I'll take him back to the room. I'll cook the fish, then." Yang Kai then picked up his catch and walked to the kitchen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4680, Childhood Sweethearts. Following several years of development, Seven Stars Town had expanded significantly. With the presence of Seven Stars sect, the town had attracted a lot of people to move in and settle down. A group of kids were messing around at the moment. A boy and a girl, who were about 7 or 8 years old, were running at the front while they were being pursued by 4 to 5 kids. The kid leading the pursuing pack was furious as he hurled sand balls at the boy in front of him. He yelled, "Stop right there, Zhao Yi Bai." The angry boy was several years older, so not only was he stronger, but he could also throw things at his target accurately. A sandball the size of a fist struck the back of Zhao Yi Bai, who gasped in pain and almost fell to the ground. While never stopping in his tracks though, he held the hand of the young girl beside him and charged forward. After he made a turn, he dashed towards a stall that sold sweet rice dumplings and snuck beneath the cart. It was apparent that it wasn't the first time he had done this. When the older kids arrived, Zhao Yi Bai was nowhere to be seen. After searching around, they could only leave this place since their target wasn't around. "Come out," Yang Kai, who had worked for half a day, wiped the grease off his hands and landed a gentle kick on the cart. 2 petite figures crawled out from beneath the cart. A bruised Zhao Yi Bai flashed a silly smile at Yang Kai. The young girl looked at Zhao Yi Bai with reddened eyes and touched his bruises. In a choking voice, she asked, "Does it hurt, Big Brother Yi Bai?" Zhao Yi Bai grimaced in pain, but he still replied steadfastly, "No, not at all." Hearing that, Yang Kai extended his hand and forcefully pinched the young boy's face. "Ouch! It hurts." Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly begged for mercy. Then, he was worried that the young girl beside him would be concerned, so he patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiao Ya. I'll be fine after a night's sleep." In response, Zhao Ya nodded. Seeing the young boy pretending to be tough in front of a girl, Yang Kai pursed his lips to stop himself from laughing. Nevertheless, both Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya believed what the former said to be true. That was because regardless of how badly Zhao Yi Bai became bruised over the years, all his wounds would disappear after he had a night's rest. This fact amazed Yu Lu and Grandma Ju as they thought that the young kid might possess some kind of extraordinary physique. "How did you offend those guys?" Yang Kai asked while giving them a sweet rice dumpling each. Zhao Yi Bai took the smaller one and munched on it while replying in a muffled voice, "I didn't offend them. It was Miao Fei Ping and the others who wanted to bully Xiao Ya. They were being unreasonable. And then you were beaten up." Yang Kai gazed at him with a faint smile. Zhao Yi Bai started flushing as he said in a bashful manner, "Mother told me that I couldn't get into a fight, so I didn't fight back. I ran away instead." "What if there's no way you can run away one day?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhao Yi Bai became startled for a moment, then put on a silly smile. "I don't think that will ever happen. I'm a fast runner, and no one can catch me. Moreover, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect will begin in a few months. I'll give it a try then. Mother said that if I manage to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I'll be able to cultivate, and I'll become a cultivator." He then balled up his fist and flashed a smile at Zhao Ya. "I'll always protect you, little sister Ya." Zhao Ya put on a sweet smile and nodded. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi Bai looked fervently at 3 passers-by. "Look, they're from 7 Stars sect." There were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, who were passing by. While the man was handsome, the women were alluring. All of them were clad in white clothing that suggested that they were from 7 Stars sect. They looked like pure snow lotuses. Admiration and yearning were written all over Zhao Yi Bai's face. "When I become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I can wear such clothing as well." He then said to Zhao Ya, "You'll be just as beautiful as them when you grow up, Xiao Ya." While munching on the sweet rice dumpling, Zhao Ya gently nodded. "When I grow up, I'll marry you, big brother Yi Bai." Hearing that, Zhao Yi Bai started coughing violently as the sweet rice dumpling got stuck in his throat. He almost suffocated as a result. He then extended his hand and sought help from Yang Kai. "Give me some soup, Uncle Yang. Take it slow." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. After passing the young boy a bowl of soup, he patted the latter's back. After the 2 little ones were done with the food, Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head and said, "It's getting late, so you should head home now. Don't worry your mother." Zhao Yi Bai rose from the chair and beckoned to Zhao Ya. The little ones then snuck into the crowd and disappeared. A short while later, Yang Kai cleaned up the stall and wheeled his cart home. Since 2 years ago, he started selling sweet rice dumplings on his own. Grandma Ju was old after all, so she couldn't really work too hard. That was the reason Yang Kai told her to stay home and let him handle the stall. However, what made Grandma Ju feel odd was that as time passed, she felt more energetic than before instead of getting weaker. She initially thought that her end would soon come, but it now seemed that she could live for another 10 years with ease. On the other hand, Grandma Ju was very pleased with Yang Kai. The only complaint she had was that Yang Kai had never returned to his own home over the past few years. She was concerned about the wives he had in his hometown. After all, many things could happen when a husband was not around for such a long time. Initially, Grandma Ju would persuade Yang Kai to go home to have a look. If he wasn't willing to leave his wives there, he could bring them over. 7 Stars Town was bustling with people, and their sweet rice dumpling business was doing well. He could definitely provide for all his wives. However, since Yang Kai wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she brought the issue up, she stopped persuading him. Subconsciously, she thought that Yang Kai was just lying back then when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, a man couldn't possibly leave his women in his hometown and ignore them. He didn't seem like an irresponsible man after all. When Yang Kai returned home, Grandma had already prepared a meal for him. She also took out a pot of fish soup and said, "Send it to Lady Yu. The kids are still growing, and it's hard enough for her to raise them." Yang Kai replied and took the fish soup before sauntering towards Yu Lu's house. Her house was pretty close to Grandma Ju's place, which was the reason she looked for Grandma back then when the rain was pouring that night. As soon as Yang Kai arrived at the front door, Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya rushed out of the house. The young boy took the soup and turned his head to shout, "Uncle Yang is here, Mother." A woman clad in simple clothes soon walked out of the house. She was none other than Yu Lu. From the looks of it, she was preparing a meal as there was a bit of ash on her fair face. A piece of cloth had been wrapped around her head as she said bashfully, "You're here, big brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded. "Grandma prepared some fish soup and wanted me to send it to you." Yu Lu replied gratefully, "It's you and Grandma Ju who have been taking care of us over the years. I can't say enough how grateful I am." Yang Kai said with a smile, "We're neighbors, so stop being overly polite with us." "Good," You should continue preparing your meal. I'll head back now. All of a sudden, Yulu lifted her head and called out, "Big brother Yang." Hearing that, Yang Kai turned around and gazed at her. Yulu clenched her clothes as though she was trying to summon her courage. She then asked, "Why don't you stay here to have a meal with us?" Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile. "Next time, perhaps. Grandma has already prepared dinner for us." As Yulu watched the man leave, she let out a sigh. In fact, her intention was simple. She just wanted to treat her big brother Yang, who had helped her a lot over the years, to a meal that she had prepared. However, a widow could easily draw criticism for her actions, so she wouldn't dare to make him stay in the past. Although she had made a request this time, she still didn't have the courage to insist on it. "It'd be wonderful if Uncle Yang was my father," Zhao Yibai suddenly said. Yulu started blushing as she landed a knock on her son's head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She had been the center of gossip among the neighbors over the years. If others heard what her son had said, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Zhao Yibai stuck out his tongue and pulled a face at his mother. After taking the fish soup from her son, Yulu said, "Uncle Yang has always been good to you both. In fact, he gave you your names. Both of you must return his favor when you grow up." "Understood." The kids nodded at the same time. "Wash your hands before having your meal," Yulu ordered. The kids instantly dashed into the house. She took one more look in the direction Yang Kai had left before shuffling into the house. Yulu had never expected that she would have two kids, a son and a daughter, one day. Zhao Yibai was her biological son. Although many years had passed, she had never forgotten about the night with torrential rain when she almost lost her life. Just when she was about to give up all hope, a warm force streamed into her body and ensured that she and her son remained safe. 1 month after Zhao Yibai was born, Yulu heard a baby crying outside the house. Upon opening the door, she saw that an infant had been left there. The infant was none other than Zhao Ya. In fact, Yulu had never hidden the fact that Zhao Ya was adopted. Fortunately, the young girl was kind-hearted and understanding, so she never complained about her fate. Although she had experienced a lot of hardship with her adoptive mother, she remained sanguine. What Yulu wasn't aware of was that Zhao Ya was sent to her by Yang Kai. In fact, the young girl's parents were still alive, but they preferred a boy to a girl. Barely after a few days Zhao Ya was born, and her father secretly dumped her on a mountain. The infant was mercilessly discarded before she could even see the world clearly. As the owner of the small universe, Yang Kai inadvertently saw the sight when he was traveling nearby. Naturally, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Since Yulu had given birth to a child not long ago, he decided to put the infant down in front of her door. It wouldn't make a difference to raise one more kid anyway. In that case, Zhao Yibai could have a companion. Since the kids were raised together from birth, they could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Meanwhile, in a house where the candlelight was flickering, Yang Kai was having dinner with Grandma Ju. Grandma appeared hesitant, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Seeing that, Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want to say, Grandma?" In response, Grandma dipped her head, "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Yang Kai replied, "There's nothing you can't tell me, Grandma. Please speak your mind." "I'll go ahead, then." Grandma put down the chopsticks and stared seriously at him. "How do you find Lady Yu?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "She's a demure, considerate, and kind-hearted woman. It's just that life has been unkind to her. Yes, she has suffered a lot over the years." Suddenly recalling something, Grandma let out a sigh. It said that men are most afraid of taking up the wrong careers while women are most worried of marrying the wrong men. In fact, Lady Yu's previous man was not bad, but he passed away just like that after falling down the stairs. She has been a widow for years, and there's no man to take care of her. She has even adopted a young girl. It makes it even harder for her to put food on the table. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4681, The Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. "If you don't mind it, I'll ask a matchmaker to come tomorrow." Grandma Ju gazed at Yang Kai with a caring expression. "You're no longer a young boy, so you should build a family of your own." As they had spent many years together, She now believed that young Kai wasn't serious when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Young Kai didn't intend to explain anything as he said, "Grandma, if a matchmaker really goes knocking on the door, lady, you will definitely chase her away. You probably shouldn't bother." Upon hearing that, Grandma became startled for a moment, then sighed, "You're right. Lady Yu is a little obstinate." In fact, she had indirectly probed Yu Lu about it before. Yu Lu had been a single mother for years. She was naturally grateful to young Kai for taking care of them, especially when he treated Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yue like his own kids. However, she was married once and had given birth to a child after all. She wouldn't have so many worries if she were just a single young lady. Now, she just wanted to focus on raising Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yue. She wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. After they were done with dinner, young Kai cleaned up the mess while Grandma returned to her room to get some rest. In the middle of the night, young Kai got to his feet and stepped out of the side room. As a second-class great force in the Void Continent, Seven Stars Sect had been doing well in recent years. That was because the sect master had chosen a very good location to build the sect in the past. There were no proper great forces within a radius of 1,000 kilometers that could compete with them. Therefore, the young children with excellent aptitudes around the area would all stream into Seven Stars Sect. In the Void Continent, only great forces with Emperor Realm Masters assuming command could be called first class. Seven Stars Sect didn't have their own Emperor Realm Masters as the most powerful people were only in the Dao Source Realm. Although the Sect Master was a third-order Dao Source Realm Master, it would still take him a long time before he could make it to the Emperor Realm. On this night, the elders of Seven Stars Sect had gathered together to have a discussion about the disciple recruitment that would take place in a few months. They would recruit new disciples every 3 years, and during this period of time, the disciple recruitment would become a major event in the surrounding region. Many of the sects from other places would even send some people over to observe the event. That was why those from Seven Stars Sect wouldn't dare to be negligent. While these people were having a fervent discussion in the main hall, they suddenly felt a horrifying pressure descending from the sky. Their expressions changed abruptly as they all rose from the chairs. The sect master of Seven Stars Sect, Shong Guanji, stepped out of the main hall and looked up at the darkness with a solemn expression. With his fist cupped, he shouted, "Seven Stars Sect, Shong Guanji, greets honored senior. Forgive us for not greeting you sooner as we were unaware of your esteemed presence." The elders and the protectors behind him wore serious expressions as they could be heard gulping. This couldn't be helped, as it was apparent to them that this pressure was being released by an Emperor Realm Master. Such a cultivator could be considered an overlord in the Void Continent. This kind of big shot was usually a sect master of a major sect. It was expected that they were shocked and doubtful since such a person visited their humble place in the middle of the night, and they were not even sure whether he was a friend or a foe. Fortunately, the person didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The pressure soon disappeared as he didn't intend to oppress them. He just wanted to reveal his identity as an Emperor Realm Master. Just then, a figure stepped out of the darkness as they stared fixedly at him. It wasn't until he came near them that they finally saw he was a young man who was clad in simple clothes. The handsome man looked like he was only in his 20s or early 30s, but no one present would seriously believe he was really so young. There was no way a man of that age could have made it to the Emperor Realm. The young man sported a smile as he nodded gently at them. Instead of appearing haughty, he seemed as pleasant as a spring breeze. He then said, "This king is young Kai. I've traveled across the Void Continent for decades, and when I passed by this place, I suddenly had a feeling of fate with this place, so I came over to have a look. Please pardon me if I've disturbed you in any way." Presently, the appearance of young Kai in front of Shong Guanji and the others was different from his true self. It wasn't that he had put on a disguise. In fact, his appearance hadn't changed one bit. It was just that he had made use of his rights as the master of this small universe and made them unable to see his true appearance. There was a smile on Shong Guanji's face as he spoke. "Senior has not disturbed us at all. We're truly honored to have Senior visit our Seven Stars Sect." Despite what he had said, his emotions were undulating in his heart. The person in front of him had actually decided to visit this place on a whim. He didn't doubt Yang Kai's words, for the latter was an Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai wanted to make things difficult for Seven Stars Sect, no one could stop him. He could easily destroy them all and no one would say anything. However, such an Emperor Realm Master must have detected something that prompted him to pay them a visit. As they spoke, countless ideas went through Shang Guanji's mind as he wondered what was inside Seven Stars Sect that could draw the attention of this Emperor Realm Master. What made him feel strange was that he had never heard of such an Emperor Realm Master in the Void Continent before. There were only a small number of Emperor Realm Masters in this world, and every one of them was famous. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji had never heard of the name Yang Kai before. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, he passionately invited Yang Kai to enter the main hall. They couldn't really continue discussing the disciple recruitment. After all, Seven Stars Sect was just a second-class great force and an Emperor Realm Master had descended from the sky in the middle of the night to their home. They had no idea about his intentions, so they could only keep him company carefully. They were worried that a calamity would befall them if they offended him. However, the atmosphere soon became harmonious and even a little cheerful. That was because the elders realized that this senior Yang was a rather genial person. He didn't put on airs just because he was an Emperor Realm Master, nor did he look down on them for being weaker. Initially, only the sect master of Seven Stars Sect, Shang Guanji, had the courage to chat with him. Nonetheless, after Yang Kai answered some of his questions regarding cultivation, the others couldn't contain their urge to make some inquiries. Everyone would encounter problems when they cultivated, but without a powerful master to guide them, they could only fumble about on their own, uncertain whether they were proceeding in the right direction or not. Now that Yang Kai was there to give them some advice, they felt as though they had been enlightened. In just 2 hours, admiration was written all over the faces of those Seven Stars Sect's elders as they gazed at Yang Kai, whose seemingly nonchalant advice could undoubtedly save them a lot of time and effort in the future. This was a huge favor to any cultivator. Seeing that their questions were never-ending, Shang Guanji had no choice but to interrupt them. Good, Senior Yang must be exhausted from his travels. You all should stop bothering him already. Although Yang Kai appeared to be patient, they shouldn't be too greedy. They had gained a lot of insights on this night, and as long as they could digest them, they would achieve greater heights in their cultivation. Shang Guanji even had an idea about how to make it to the Emperor Realm now. He then glanced at Yang Kai and said politely, "Senior, you said that you sensed you shared some fate with this place. Do you have your eyes on anything in Seven Stars Sect? Please speak freely, for we shall not turn you down as long as we're able to give it to you." Since they had gained so many benefits from him, Shang Guanji wouldn't be stingy. If there was anything in Seven Stars Sect that Yang Kai was interested in, he wouldn't mind gifting it to him as a way to build a relationship. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai pretended to make some calculations with his fingers while the others held their breaths. A myriad of expressions came over Yang Kai for a moment before he shook his head. The time has yet to arrive. Shang Guanji replied with a smile, "There's no rush since it's not the right time. Senior is welcome to stay here in Seven Stars Sect. You can always tell this junior when the time arrives." Yang Kai nodded. "In fact, I do have a request, but I'm not sure if you'll agree to it, Sect Master Shang Guan." Shang Guanji replied, "Please speak freely, Senior." Yang Kai went on to say, "Since I migrated to the Void Continent in the past, this king has constantly been traveling and exploring. I've basically visited everywhere that can be visited. Since this place and I share some kind of fate, I'd like to settle down here." The people in the main hall were stunned while Shang Guanji became energetic and asked excitedly, "Senior, do you mean you wish to join Seven Stars Sect?" All of them gasped as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm not sure if it's convenient for you to let me stay in Seven Stars Sect. If not, please allow me to build a hut at the bottom of the mountain. Of course we are more than happy to have Senior join Seven Stars Sect." Shang Guanji stood straight up as he appeared agitated. His face radiated a pinkish glow as he said, "It is our honor that Senior is willing to grace our Seven Stars Sect with his presence. Why wouldn't we feel pleased with it?" The others in the hall nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The person before their eyes was an Emperor Realm Master. Although they had no idea about his order, He was one of the most powerful people in the Void Continent regardless of what it was. If he could join Seven Stars sect, they would instantly become a first-class sect. Even if Yang Kai were an arrogant and unfriendly man, they wouldn't have turned him down, not to mention that he was actually quite amiable. It made a huge difference to have an Emperor Realm Master around, as their heritage would instantly increase. They wouldn't mind paying a steep price to make this happen. Many thanks then, Sect Master. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shongguanji measured his words before saying, "It is our honor that Senior has decided to join Seven Stars sect. Given your cultivation, how does assuming the post of Ancestor sound?" Yang Kai didn't turn him down. Since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was more than qualified to become the ancestor of a small sect that didn't even have an Emperor Realm Master. He thus nodded, "Good." At that instant, Shongguanji and the others rose from the chairs and cupped their fists in salute. "Greetings, Ancestor." Yang Kai said, "Ien, I shall humbly accept the position of Ancestor of Seven Stars sect. Since this is a joyous occasion, I shall deliver you a small gift." He then extended his hand and pointed at the front. When they looked up, they felt as though his finger had gently landed on their foreheads. Following that, a gentle force streamed into their bodies through their glabellas. They instantly felt warmth all over their bodies as their source chi began circulating smoother. Besides that, after the gentle force entered their bodies, countless ideas started flashing through their minds as they were suddenly able to comprehend things that they couldn't in the past. One elder in particular, who had been stuck in the First Order Dao Source realm for many years, suddenly shook as he instantly achieved a breakthrough to the Second Order Dao Source realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4682, Disciple Recruitment. By just extending his finger, Yang Kai had helped this old man achieve a breakthrough to the Second Order Dao Source realm. Such a strange incident was absolutely unheard of. The people in the main hall became even more respectful of him, while the elder in question bent his back so low he nearly fell over as he said in a shaking voice, "Many thanks for this enormous grace, Ancestor." His aptitude was not particularly outstanding, and he was pretty old now. Initially, he thought that the First Order Dao Source realm would be the limit in his lifetime, with no way he could improve further. Hence, it came as a total shock to have achieved a breakthrough to the Second Order. He even had a feeling that if he worked hard, he might stand a chance to make it to the Third Order. To him, such a favor was no different from being granted a second life, and all the others were naturally envious of him. "It's all thanks to your accumulation over the years. I only stimulated your potential a little." Yang Kai put on a smile, then gazed at Shongguanji, "Sect Master, please keep it a secret that I've become the ancestor of Seven Stars sect." Shongguanji became startled upon hearing that. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he still nodded respectfully, "Don't worry, Ancestor. Only the people in this hall will be aware of it. No one else will find out." He couldn't help but think that it was such a shame. Initially, he intended to launch a public campaign to inform everyone that there was now an ancestor in Seven Stars sect. Once word spread, the sect would be considered first class, which would allow them to be regarded as important in the Void Continent. However, since the new ancestor had decided to keep his presence a secret, he could only obey his order. Since it was very late now, Shongguanji told a female elder with an hourglass figure to lead Yang Kai to a spirit peak. He had somewhat figured out the temperament of this new ancestor, who preferred peace and quiet over fanfare and glory. Therefore, he decided to let him stay on the slightly remote Azure Jade Peak. Seven Stars sect had a total of 38 spirit peaks, with Azure Jade Peak ranking somewhere in the middle and being pretty remote, so no one had actually been interested in it. With that said, Yang Kai was satisfied after he moved in. This allowed Shongguanji to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything went well for the next few months. The new ancestor was living a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak and rarely stepped out of his home. Shongguanji finally became slightly at ease. When he was told to keep it a secret that Yang Kai had become the ancestor of Seven Stars sect, he was worried that the man might have some powerful enemies that would try to retaliate against him. In that case, it would be disastrous for their sect. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, after several months of observation, he realized that Yang Kai didn't have any ill intentions. He really seemed to be tired of traveling around the continent, so he decided to look for a place and settle down and rest. There was no doubt that this was good news for Seven Stars sect. Although they were unable to reveal that there was an Emperor Realm Master with them, the elders had more confidence to deal with any issues they might face now that they had a powerful backer. Since Shongguanji was aware that the ancestor was fond of serenity, he issued orders that no one should disturb him without permission. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sold sweet rice dumplings in Seven Stars Town every day. His presence in the small universe was a manifestation of his soul avatar anyway, so it made no difference if there was one or two of him. A few months later, the disciple recruitment of Seven Stars sect that took place every 3 years finally commenced. The surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius was abuzz with activity, and many cultivators from further afar came to visit Seven Stars Town. At the entrance of the town, Yang Kai was standing there while watching Yu Lu adjust the clothes of the young children. She told them to be obedient after they left the town. It would be wonderful if they could become the disciples of Seven Stars sect. However, even if they were not accepted, they didn't have to feel dejected. The 2 kids nodded in response. A moment later, Yu Lu took the hands of Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya as she shuffled towards Yang Kai and said with reddened eyes, "Please take care of them, big brother Yang." Yang Kai put on a grin, "Don't worry, Lady Yu. I won't let anything happen to them. If they're accepted into the Seven Stars sect, I'll come back and tell you about it. If they are rejected, I'll bring them back safely." Yu Lu nodded, then gently pushed the young kids forward. "Go now." The young kids turned around and wrapped their arms around Yu Lu, who covered her mouth while shaking slightly. Yang Kai looked into the distance as he couldn't help but think that his parents might feel the same way every time he had to leave them. Even after the trio had moved a long distance, they turned around and still saw a petite figure looking at them from the entrance of the town. Seven Stars Town was basically a satellite town of Seven Stars sect, so there was only a distance of about 50 kilometers between the 2 places. While carrying a backpack, Yang Kai held the hands of the young kids as he sauntered towards Seven Stars sect. Just then, they heard the sound of a horse carriage approaching them from behind, so they stepped aside. When the carriage was passing them by, a young kid, who was about 10 years old, stuck out his head and wielded his fist at Zhao Yibai. "Hey, I don't want to see you in Seven Stars sect, otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up." Zhao Yibai pulled a face at him while Zhao Ya picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully hurled it forward, which caused the boy to instantly flinch. With a smile, Yang Kai watched as the young kids messed around. He could recognize the boy in the carriage, who had chased after Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya a few months ago. The 2 of them had to sneak beneath his cart to shake off their pursuer. He was the brat from the Miao family, Miao Fei Ping. There was no doubt that he was wealthier than the 2 kids beside Yang Kai, and he had an excellent aptitude. In fact, when an elder from Seven Stars sect left the mountain and inadvertently came across Miao Fei Ping 2 months ago, he decided to take him on as a disciple on the spot. This time, Miao Fei Ping just had to go through the registration process. Unlike Zhao Yibai, whose fate was uncertain, Miao Fei Ping could definitely join Seven Stars sect. The area in front of Seven Stars sect was crammed with people as they had all come to try their luck. Their ages varied. There were some people who were as young as Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya, while there were also those who were in their early 20s. It took Yang Kai a long time before he managed to help the young kids register their names. Every participant was given a wooden token with a number written on it. Before the test started, Zhao Ya looked fixedly at a hawker who sold candied hawthorns, which were deathly attractive to her. Yang Kai went over and bought 3 sticks. While squatting in the corner, they were pleased with the taste of the food. As the young kids exchanged glances, they smiled at each other. "Uncle Yang, what if I'm not accepted?" Zhao Yibai was suddenly worried about his future. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're still very young. Even if you fail, you can come again next time." On the other hand, Zhao Ya was very confident that Zhao Yibai would succeed. "Big brother Yibai will definitely be accepted." Zhao Yibai grinned, "You'll succeed as well, Xiao Ya." Right then, Miao Fei Ping appeared out of nowhere and said to Zhao Yibai, "Just give up. Look at how bony your arms are. There's no way you'll be accepted." There was a drumstick in his hand. While he was enjoying his food, his mouth covered in grease. Zhao Yue narrowed her eyes as her murderous intent surged. She was chewing the candied hawthorns so loudly that it was as though she was biting Miao Fei Ping's head instead. Miao Fei Ping's neck shrank as he put on a meek smile. I'm sure you'll succeed, little sister Ya. If I were a senior expert from the mountain, I would take you on as a disciple regardless of what it takes. After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Zhao Ya placated her companion by saying, Don't listen to him, big brother Yi Bai. Nothing good will ever come out of Miao Fei Ping's mouth. You're right. Zhao Yi Bai nodded repeatedly. I don't care whatever he says. Ha ha ha. There were many tests during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect, and many people would be knocked out after each test. Those who had passed were ecstatic while those who had failed appeared dispirited. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya were busy for the entire day. When they returned in the evening, their soles were covered in blisters. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Yi Bai appeared elated. Uncle Yang, you know, Xiao Ya got an A rank in her overall evaluation. Is a rank very good? Yang Kai arched his brow. Zhao Yi Bai made a gesture. Very, very good. I heard that there were over 1,000 people who have taken part in the disciple recruitment, but only 10 people have obtained an A rank in the overall evaluation. You're indeed incredible, Xiao Ya. You're one of those people who got the best result. Yang Kai patted the young girl's head with a smile. However, Zhao Ya forced a smile as it seemed that she wasn't joyful. What about you? Yang Kai asked the young boy. Zhao Yi Bai chuckled. I'm much weaker than Xiao Ya as I only got a C rank. Still, I passed the tests. Zhao Ya hurriedly said, It's fine. The aptitude test tomorrow is more important. The tests prior to that didn't matter. Following a nod, Zhao Yi Bai replied, You're right. We'll only be able to join 7 Stars sect if we pass the test tomorrow. Anyway, I'm very confident. It was then that Zhao Ya put on a sincere smile. Those from 7 Stars sect didn't prepare a place where the participants could get some rest, therefore, the group of 3 found a clean place and slept on the ground. Zhao Yi Bai must have been exhausted, so he dozed off almost immediately. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a glance at Zhao Ya, who was seated with her legs crossed while she had pressed her palms together in a serious manner. He gently flicked her forehead and asked, What are you doing up at this hour? Zhao Ya hurriedly placed a finger between her lips, then explained bashfully, Auntie Lu and Grandma always say that there's an almighty Lord who knows about everything in this world. So, I want the Lord to bless big brother Yi Bai and make sure that he'll pass the test tomorrow. He always tells me that he wants to join 7 Stars sect after all. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. The aptitude of a person is decided at birth. There's no way the Lord can bless him. Zhao Ya pursed her lips. What kind of an all-powerful Lord is that if he can't even grant such a simple wish? Yang Kai was lost for words, thinking that the Lord would be exhausted if he had to be concerned about every minor matter like this. Let's sleep now. Yang Kai decided not to delve into this topic. All right, Zhao Ya replied and lay on the ground. However, Yang Kai soon heard her muttering under her breath. It was apparent that she was still secretly praying. The next morning, the aptitude test of 7 Stars sect's disciple recruitment, which was the last of all tests, finally began. This was also the simplest test. There was a round platform on the square. A participant just had to stand on it, and his or her aptitude would be evaluated. The participants stepped onto it one by one as the platform radiated glows of different intensities. The elders from 7 Stars sect would observe it from the side. They would either let a participant pass the test or eliminate them during the process. Yang Kai was waiting among the crowd alongside Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya. The kids were apparently nervous. Every time someone passed the test, they would appear envious, and when a person was knocked out, they would appear worried. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4683, Another Dream. The aptitude test on this day was the most important test of all. Regardless of how excellent a person's evaluation was prior to that, they would still be knocked out if they failed this assessment. Moreover, the success rate was pretty low. Only 2 to 3 out of 10 people could pass. Also, Their ranks were generally pretty low. Around midday, a voice was heard calling out, "Number 763, Miao Fei Ping." Upon hearing that, Miao Fei Ping emerged from the crowd. Despite his young age, he was pretty agile. Upon stepping onto the platform, he politely saluted the cultivators from 7 Stars sect who were responsible for administering the test. He then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. The next instant, the platform glowed intensely. Everyone was amazed by the sight as the cultivators responsible for observing the results all rose from the chairs at the same time. While appearing excited, they looked fervently at Miao Fei Ping, who was in the middle of the platform. A rank. The intensity of the glow suggests that his aptitude must be of a rank. Is there really a disciple with a rank aptitude who will join us? The already amazed crowd became astounded upon hearing that. It was apparent to them that Miao Fei Ping had an extraordinary aptitude, as the people getting tested prior to him were not able to make the platform glow so brightly. However, they were just onlookers after all. Given their eyesight, they were unable to judge Miao Fei Ping's exact aptitude. It wasn't until they heard the cultivators from 7 Stars sect that they realized his aptitude was of a rank. It had to be noted that many people had been tested already, and the person with the best result had only achieved B rank. Although A rank and B rank were only 1 rank apart, the achievements they would make in the future were drastically different. A person with a rank aptitude would definitely make it to the Emperor realm one day if they didn't lose their life along the way. On the stand, the sect master of 7 Stars sect, Shongguanji, couldn't help but smile while stroking his beard. Just then, an elderly man, who was seated beside him, spoke up. "Sect Master Shongguan, this old master feels a predestined fate with this young boy, and would like to take him on as my legacy disciple. Would Sect Master Shongguan be willing to part with him?" The smile on Shongguanji's face instantly froze. The elders of 7 Stars sect were not the only onlookers on the stand. There were also some powerful cultivators from other sects that they were on good terms with who had come over to watch the fun. 7 Stars sect was a second-class sect, and the sects they were friendly with were also of the same class. Since they were equally matched, it was inconceivable that someone would make such a rude demand just because there was a young boy with exceptional aptitude. Such a person was basically trying to snatch their prized disciple from them. However, this elderly man was a little different. He was an Emperor realm master from a first-class sect who had been a guest at a different sect some time ago. Upon hearing that a disciple recruitment was going on, he decided to tag along to watch the show. He only came here to find some small amusement, so it surprised him greatly to find a boy with such great aptitude. Even the first-class sects didn't have a lot of disciples with a rank aptitude. If he could bring this child back with him, it would strengthen the overall power of his sect. The faces of the elders from 7 Stars sect instantly fell when they heard this. However, since the visitor was an Emperor realm master, they wouldn't dare to rebuke him lest he felt offended. The representatives from other sects appeared gleeful. Even though their sects were on good terms with 7 Stars sect, they wouldn't want to see them getting a disciple with a rank aptitude. If 7 Stars sect managed to become a first-class sect in the future, they would become inferior to them. Hence, they were more than happy to see the disciple with a rank aptitude getting taken away by someone else. Shongguanji straightened his face and replied, "To be honest with you, Senior Shin, this child was taken on as a disciple by our elder Guan Qianxing 2 months ago. He's just going through the recruitment tests as a formality." To the side, Guan Qianxing rose from the chair and saluted Shunxing. "That is indeed the case." Shunxing frowned with displeasure. However, he was an Emperor realm master after all, so he couldn't really press the issue. If the boy had not been already taken on as a disciple, it would be fine to snatch him, as he could just offer some compensation to 7 Stars sect at a later time. They wouldn't really dare to rebuke or refuse him. However, since a master and disciple relationship had already been established, he would appear oppressive and immoral if he tried to take the child away. If word got out, both he and his sect would lose a lot of face. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. "Since the child is already your disciple, Elder Guan, I'll not insist. Congratulations on obtaining a disciple with such exceptional aptitude. Many thanks for your kindness, Senior Shen." Shongguanji put on a smile as he was finally relieved. If Shunxing insisted on taking the child away, Those from Seven Stars sect would be unable to oppose him unless they asked their new ancestor to come forward. However, over the past months, the ancestor had been living in seclusion as he seemed determined to keep a low profile. Despite being the sect master, Shan Guanji also hadn't managed to see him once since the night he arrived. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to make the ancestor stand up for their sect in this moment. Since Shen Xing was willing to make a concession, a conflict was avoided. The elders from Seven Stars sect congratulated Guan Qianxing, who responded with a smile. Although he was already aware that Miao Fei Ping had good aptitude, he had no idea about the details since no test had been conducted at the time. He was pleasantly surprised on this day since Miao Fei Ping was revealed to have a rank aptitude. Soon, a detailed report was sent to them. Number 763, Miao Fei Ping, 7 Stars Town. His aptitude was revealed to be a dash, while his overall evaluation was also a dash. This kind of aptitude was rarely seen across the entire Void continent. There was no doubt that Miao Fei Ping was the best disciple that those from Seven Stars sect had ever accepted. Shang Guanji and the other elders were naturally over the moon. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping left the platform and walked up to Zhao Yibai to brag about his achievements, causing Zhao Yue to bare her fangs in protest. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was completely unfazed as he sincerely congratulated him. This made Miao Fei Ping feel displeased as there wasn't a tinge of jealousy on Zhao Yibai's face. It was as if he swung his fist hard, only to punch a pile of cotton. More disciples were then tested, and some of the people were revealed to have B rank aptitude. However, Miao Fei Ping was practically the center of attention now, so they didn't look very outstanding. If Miao Fei Ping hadn't been around, these disciples with B rank aptitude would have been valued more highly by the elders. Number 896, Zhao Yibai. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yibai, who had been waiting, took a deep breath. Go on, Yang Kai gently pushed him. Don't worry, big brother Yibai. You'll be fine, Zhao Yue encouraged him from behind. Zhao Yibai waved his hand without turning his head, then shuffled towards the platform. After saluting the people from Seven Stars sect, he steadied his breathing just like everyone else had done before him. Zhao Yue stared fixedly at Zhao Yibai while balling up her fists, her fingers practically digging deep into her flesh. Just then, a very dim glow was seen, and it disappeared 3 breaths later. The cultivators from Seven Stars sect had a discussion for a moment before one of them announced, Zhao Yibai, aptitude C-. Pass. On the platform, Zhao Yibai leaped into the air as though he had just won 1,000,000 silver coins. As long as a person was revealed to have an aptitude of B rank or C rank, they could join Seven Stars sect. After all, those from Seven Stars sect had knocked many people out the day before, so they wouldn't turn down the ones who were left as long as their aptitude wasn't too weak. However, people with weaker aptitudes would certainly be treated differently, and they would have fewer achievements in the future as well. For a disciple like Zhao Yibai who had C aptitude, he would only be the lowliest of disciples in Seven Stars sect even though he was accepted. Despite that, he was incredibly pleased with this. He then returned with an excited expression as he reported to Zhao Yue and Yang Kai, Uncle Yang, Xiao Yue, I passed the test. I passed. Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head while Zhao Yue put on a beautiful smile. Imitating an adult, she saluted him and said, Congratulations on having your dream come true, big brother Yibai. To the side, Miao Fei Ping was stunned as he pursed his lips together bitterly and muttered, Your aptitude is only C-, but you look so ecstatic that it's as though you were an A rank. My mother always says that a person will only be truly happy by not being greedy, senior brother Miao. Miao Fei Ping refuted with displeasure, I'm not your senior brother. Stop calling me that. Zhao Yibai sported a silly smile, we'll be the disciples of the same sect, and you're older than I am, so, of course, you're my senior brother. Miao Fei Ping parted his lips, but he was unable to refute him. A moment later, he said angrily, Don't think that I'll stop beating you up just because you call me senior brother. You'd better work hard and cultivate. If you can't protect little sister Yue in the future, I'll do it in your stead. I'll definitely cultivate hard so that you don't have to do that, senior brother Miao. Zhao Yibai stuck out his chest. Just then, a person was heard calling out from the platform, number 897, Zhao Yue. It's your turn, Xiao Ya. Zhao Yibai turned his head and said. Zhao Ya nodded and sauntered forward. A worried Zhao Yibai advised her by saying, "Don't fret. Just empty your mind and stand there." Zhao Ya dipped her head. Despite what he just said, Miao Fei Ping acted like a senior brother, walked up to Zhao Yibai, and asked him seriously, "What if little sister Ya fails the test?" Zhao Yibai replied, "That will never happen. Little sister Ya has always been intelligent. Her aptitude must be greater than mine. I'm saying what if?" Miao Fei Ping glared at him. After giving it a serious thought, Zhao Yibai said, "I won't join 7 Stars sect, then. I'll go home with Xiao Ya." Miao Fei Ping widened his mouth in shock as he gazed at him. "Don't you always say that you're determined to join 7 Stars sect? Wasn't it your dream to become a powerful cultivator one day?" Zhao Yibai put on a smile. "It's another dream of mine to see Xiao Ya growing up happy." Miao Fei Ping fell silent for a moment, then patted the younger boy's shoulder as though he was a very mature person. "I'm inferior to you in this regard." Zhao Yibai stared at him in shock. "You have exceptional aptitude, and you're from a wealthy family. Why would you be inferior to me in any way?" Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, a brilliant light exploded from the platform. The glow was so dazzling that everyone present had no choice but to close or avert their eyes. The glow soon expanded and spilled over the platform to engulf the crowd. Even the masters on the stand were affected. The dazzling light didn't seem to be going out anytime soon. Everyone fell into a commotion. The cultivators from 7 Stars sect who were responsible for observing the results bent forward as they widened their eyes in disbelief. On the stand, Shongguanji, the elders of 7 Stars sect, and the representatives from other sects all rose from the chairs at the same time, utterly flabbergasted. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4684, The Fated Time Has Come. When Miao Fei Ping was tested on his aptitude earlier, the platform also radiated a dazzling glow. Following that, he was revealed to have an aptitude of a dash, which was unprecedented in the history of 7 Stars sect, instantly making him the center of attention. The top cultivators from other sects, as well as the onlookers, were all amazed. However, after Zhao Ya went on stage, the platform radiated an even more dazzling light for an even longer time. Right then, someone from the crowd exclaimed, "It's another person with a rank aptitude." Even the ordinary people who had never cultivated before could see that Zhao Ya had caused a greater commotion than Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an aptitude of a dash. Hence, how heaven-defying must Zhao Ya's aptitude be? It was certain that her aptitude must be a rank, but they were not sure whether it would be A or A+. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the light finally went out, but the crowd remained stunned as they stared dazedly at the petite figure on the platform. It was as though they saw a new star rising into the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Zhao Ya opened her eyes. She appeared puzzled as she had no idea what just happened. As her eyes met with those of Zhao Yibai, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Before those from 7 Stars sect announced the result, she was getting ready to leave the stage. "Wait a moment, junior sister." A cultivator from 7 Stars sect hurriedly stopped her. "What's wrong?" Zhao Ya gazed at him with vigilance. The cultivator was already drenched in sweat as he suppressed his shock and put on a harmless smile. "Don't be nervous, junior sister. It's just that your aptitude is so exceptional that we're unable to make an immediate judgment. The result will be decided by the elders, so please wait here for a while." He was extremely polite, as though he was facing an elder or the sect master instead of a young girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Given her heaven-defying aptitude though, there was no doubt that this young girl had a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps it would only take her a few years before she became someone he could only look up to, which was why this cultivator wouldn't dare to be negligent. If he said something wrong now, he would have no way to survive in the future. On the stand, the elders from 7 Stars sect were flushing as they came together to discuss the aptitude of Zhao Ya using their divine senses. Meanwhile, Shongguanji stared fixedly at Zhao Ya as he almost cried tears of joy. First, Miao Fei Ping came as a surprise during the disciple recruitment, and now there was Zhao Ya. He reckoned that their sect had been blessed by the Lord. Given the aptitude Miao Fei Ping had showcased, there was no doubt he would be able to make it to the Emperor realm in the future, and it was the same case for number 897, Zhao Ya. In the future, there would be 2 Emperor realm masters in 7 Stars sect. Their sect would become peerless in the Void Continent. Soon, the outcome of the discussion among the elders was decided. Guan Qianxing walked up to Shong Guanji and spoke to him close to his ear. Shong Guanji nodded gently, then announced, number 897, Zhao Ya, 7 Stars Town. Aptitude, A+, overall evaluation, A+. She had obtained a AA+. Miao Fei Ping, who achieved AA prior to this, paled in front of her. Still, there was a helpless smile on Shong Guanji's face. If Zhao Ya was evaluated properly, her aptitude would definitely be higher than A+. However, since A+ was already the limit, they were unable to give her a better result. All of a sudden, he recalled a rumor that there was a higher martial Dao above the Emperor realm. However, since his cultivation was still fairly weak, he was unable to confirm the truth behind such information. While Miao Fei Ping would certainly make it to the Emperor realm, Zhao Ya might be able to bring 7 Stars sect to unprecedented heights. Shong Guanji couldn't help but wonder what the realm that was above the Emperor realm would look like. Perhaps Zhao Ya would be able to unravel the mystery for him in his lifetime. Sect Master Shongguan, I suppose this little girl hasn't become a disciple of any of your elders yet. When Shong Guanji heard the voice, he was shocked as the pleasant surprise on his face transformed into horror. While he was overwhelmed by ecstasy just now, he had forgotten about Shunxing's presence. This person was already interested in Miao Fei Ping earlier. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping had already been taken on as a disciple by Guan Qianxing 2 months ago and was just going through the formalities by taking part in the recruitment tests. That was the reason Shunxing didn't make things difficult for them, as he still had to consider his status. But now, Zhao Ya showcased an aptitude that far exceeded that of Miao Fei Ping's, so it was expected that Shunxing would be tempted. Nevertheless, Shong Guanji would never be willing to let go of a young child who might bring 7 Stars sect to the peak of the world. At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind, but just when he was ready to lie to Shunxing despite knowing that he would offend him, he was suddenly engulfed in emperor pressure. Regardless of how hard Shong Guanji tried, he was unable to tell a lie as he forced a smile and muttered, "No." The pressure then dissipated as though it had never been there. Shunxing smiled and nodded, "That's wonderful. This old master believes he shares fate with this young girl, and would like to bring her back to my sect. Sect Master Shong Guan won't mind parting with her, yes?" Shong Guanji almost had the urge to curse. This shameless old fart seemed to share fate with any young child with exceptional aptitude. When he mentioned Miao Fei Ping just now, he still had the courtesy to ask Shong Guanji whether the latter was willing to give the disciple to him, but when it came to Zhao Ya, he directly demanded to get the young girl. He was basically snatching their disciple from them in broad daylight. Seeing that Shong Guanji remained silent, Shunxing sported a dark expression. "What's wrong, Sect Master Shongguan? Do you have no regard for this old master?" A middle-aged man, who was seated beside Shunxing, spoke up at that moment. "Brother Shongguan, it's understandable that you value such a talented young child, but 7 Stars sect is too small. On the other hand, Senior Shen's Southern Star Palace is one of the top forces in the Void Continent. Young Zhao Ya will definitely become very successful in the future, but 7 Stars sect is too small to accommodate her. Only a place like Southern Star Palace could truly allow her to shine." Shunxing had practically tagged along with this sect master of Golden Spring sect, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the disciple recruitment of a sect like 7 Stars sect. At this moment, Shong Guanji was resentful of the sect master of Golden Spring sect. If this guy hadn't brought Shunxing with him, all this wouldn't have happened. Despite his sincere words, he actually had ulterior motives. It was already giving him a headache that Miao Fei Ping was joining 7 Stars sect. If there was also Zhao Ya, the second-class great forces around 7 Stars sect wouldn't be able to survive. When these 2 disciples grew to be powerful one day, Golden Spring sect would surely be oppressed by 7 Stars sect. Shong Guanji was aware that he wouldn't be able to keep Zhao Ya, but he still wasn't willing to give her to Shunxing. With displeasure written all over his face, Shunxing snorted. The sect master of Golden Spring sect persuaded again by saying, Brother Shongguan, it's said that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Zhao Huai's aptitude is so exceptional that it is simply unheard of. It would be fine if Seven Stars sect was able to protect her, however, just like my Golden Spring sect, your sect is just a second-class great force. This news will undoubtedly spread across the entire Void continent in no time. By then, rather than making your sect thrive, this young girl will only bring disaster. Although Senior Shen has some selfishness in trying to take on this young girl to be his disciple, he is also indirectly doing your sect a great favor. Please think twice, Brother Shongguan. To the side, Shunxing stroked his beard and nodded as though he was really trying to help Seven Stars sect. A myriad of expressions came over Shongguan Ji. Even though the sect master of Golden Spring sect was acting maliciously, that didn't mean what he said was entirely false. Miao Fei Ping alone wouldn't prompt those first-class sects to make a move, but Zhao Huai was different. If he invited trouble to Seven Stars sect just because he wanted to keep Zhao Huai, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility as the sect master. The sect master of Golden Spring sect declared firmly, Brother Shongguan, do you really want Seven Stars sect to be destroyed just for a moment's impulse? Shongguan Ji, who had been trying to act tough, suddenly became dejected, as though he had aged by several dozen years. He let out a sigh since he was unable to turn things around. Just when he was preparing to give in, he suddenly looked in the direction of Azure Jade Peak. At the same time, Shunxing also lifted his head. They could see a figure strolling through the sky towards them, his voice echoing around them even before he even arrived. The fated time has come. It was worth waiting for a few months. Shongguan Ji was filled with joy as he hurriedly rose from his seat. The person, who looked like a descending immortal, landed in front of Zhao Huai and looked down at her with a faint smile. Without feeling fearful at all, Zhao Huai stared back at him. At that moment, she was only thinking that this person looked familiar to her as his figure was similar to that of Uncle Yang. When Yang Kai showed up in Seven Stars sect several months ago, he used a trick and changed his appearance in the eyes of others. Therefore, even though this soul avatar of his in front of Zhao Huai looked exactly the same as his true self, he appeared to be a different person in Zhao Huai's eyes. There is fate between us, young girl. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yang Kai looked smilingly at her and asked. On the stand, Shunxing sported a dark expression. He had said something similar twice before today, but now this guy who appeared out of nowhere repeated what he had said. Was he trying to humiliate him? Shunxing stood straight up with fury and scoffed, Who are you? It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shongguan Ji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Shunxing was in the second order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Shunxing, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the second order Emperor realm, Shunxing represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way Seven Stars sect could go against them. Shongguan Ji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the third order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void continent could be counted on one hand. Sit down. Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Shunxing a glance, and as Shongguan Ji watched, Shunxing really sat down as he was told. Shongguan Ji widened his eyes as he saw Shunxing's face go from red, to white, to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Shunxing wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shongguan Ji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at Seven Stars sect several months ago was actually a third-order Emperor realm master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4685, You're a Bad Guy. Greetings, Ancestor. With Shongguan Ji standing at the front, the elders and the protectors from Seven Stars sect who were fortunate to have met and chatted with Yang Kai that night saluted him in unison. The ordinary disciples from Seven Stars sect soon recovered from their shock and did the same. However, they were puzzled as they had never heard that there was an ancestor in their sect. Moreover, the ancestor seemed to have showcased a power that was much greater than that of Shunxing, who was there to watch the disciple recruitment. Shunxing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who was from Southern Star Palace, and since the ancestor was stronger than him, it meant that he was probably in the Third Order. That realization made these disciples feel agitated. Following that, the representatives of the other sects rose from the chairs and saluted as well. With a Third Order Emperor Realm Master present, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Shunxing was the only one who didn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to rise from his chair though, but rather that he simply couldn't. He felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, which made it impossible for him to even move a finger. From the looks of it, he seemed to be an arrogant person who remained seated, which only made more cold sweat drip from his forehead. He had faced the pressure of Third Order Emperor Realm Masters before, but none of them felt anywhere near as intense as this time. Yang Kai could make him unable to move simply by commanding him. This kind of Third Order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than the ones he had come across before. Yang Kai waved his hand without saying anything, but everyone took a seat at the same time. The sect master of Golden Spring sect wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Shongguanji with a bitter smile. "Brother Shongguan, why did you hide something so important from all of us? You didn't even tell us that there was an ancestor in your noble sect. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared proper gifts as tribute." The reason he kept persuading Shongguanji to give up on the young girl was that he didn't want to see Seven Stars sect, which was also a second-class sect, growing more powerful than the rest of them. Now it seemed that his persuasion was pointless. Even if they didn't have Zhao Ya, they already had a powerful ancestor with them, which ensured that they would definitely become a first-class great force. Golden Spring sect was already incomparable to them. From now on, Golden Spring sect would have to flatter Seven Stars sect to survive, so he naturally had to improve his ties with Shongguanji. The face of Shongguanji was glowing as he stroked his beard with a smile. "It's not that we wanted to hide this from all of you, but rather that the ancestor prefers peace and serenity. That was why we didn't make an announcement." The sect master of Golden Spring sect simply nodded. "I see." Suddenly realizing something, Shongguanji said, "The ancestor was traveling across the world when he suddenly visited our sect one night. He said that he felt some kind of fate with this place, so he asked to settle down in Seven Stars sect. After he made some calculations, he said that the time had not come yet. Now it seems that Zhao Ya is the one he has been waiting for. It seems the ancestor really can divine the future." The sect master of Golden Spring sect widened his mouth in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the people from Seven Stars sect had practically gotten an ancestor for free. He felt disheartened as he thought that those from Seven Stars sect were so lucky to have a powerful figure to come over and become their ancestor, serving as the greatest support for the sect. On the other hand, Golden Spring sect was not so lucky. He then gazed at the man and the young girl on the stage with an envious expression. Presently, Seven Stars sect had an ancestor to assume command, while there was a disciple named Zhao Ya who had exceptional aptitude. Additionally, there was Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an A aptitude. It seemed that their sect's rise was inevitable. On the stage, Yang Kai and Zhao Ya were still staring at one another. Although Zhao Ya had no idea what was going on, she was an intelligent and observant girl and had a feeling that the person before her eyes was someone very important, and for some reason, he gave off a familiar feeling as though she had met him before. While she was in a dazed state, the elders of Seven Stars sect were flustered. It must have taken her some heaven-defying luck to be offered a chance to become the disciple of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor said the same thing to them, they would instantly fall on their knees and accept. A young girl that was 7 or 8 years old was supposed to do the same. However, this particular young girl didn't understand how lucky she was as she just batted her eyes at the ancestor. It was as though she had seen something interesting on his face. The anxious elders secretly spoke to Zhao Ya, encouraging her to accept the offer. Zhao Ya had never experienced anything like this before, so she just felt annoyed by the voices as she waved her hand. It was as though she was trying to chase away some flies. Yang Kai didn't urge her as he looked smilingly at the young girl. A moment later, Zhao Yue said, I don't mind becoming your disciple, but big brother Yi Bai has to come with me. On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others were shocked as they admired the young girl's courage. She didn't seem to be afraid of someone who was so powerful. Since the ancestor had personally shown up to take on a disciple, others would have gladly accepted it. However, this girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth as she had the guts to even state her own conditions. Moreover, they had no idea who this big brother Yi Bai was. Besides Shang Guanji and the elders, the onlookers also didn't know who the big brother Yi Bai she was talking about was except for those who came from Seven Stars Town. Standing among the crowd, Miao Fei Ping looked helplessly at Zhao Yi Bai, who was extremely lucky to have such a chance. It was no different from suddenly having 10 million silver coins fall into your lap. Who is big brother Yi Bai? Yang Kai asked, despite being fully aware of who the person was. Zhao Yue turned her head and took a glance, whereupon Zhao Yi Bai emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zhao Yue before saluting the unknown man. Junior Zhao Yi Bai greets senior. On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others finally recognized this brat as the big brother Yi Bai that Zhao Yue had mentioned. After all, his test only took place a while ago, so Shang Guanji still remembered this young boy, who was only revealed to have an aptitude of C-, which was a far cry from Zhao Yue. Yang Kai took a dispassionate glance at him and shook his head. His aptitude is too weak. He doesn't have a right to be my disciple. Are you not going to accept him? Zhao Yue stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai shook his head again. Zhao Yue said, I'll not become your disciple, then. Upon finishing her words, she took Zhao Yi Bai's hand and was ready to leave. Zhao Yi Bai remained unmoving though as he patted her hands to motion for her to calm down. He then glanced at Yang Kai and asked, Senior, are you from Seven Stars Sect? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. There won't be any problem, then. Xiao Yue, since Senior is from Seven Stars Sect, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. He's a senior expert, so accept his request now. Zhao Yue shook her head. No, I want to be with you. Zhao Yi Bai stomped his foot on the ground before flashing a helpless smile at Yang Kai. Please give me a moment, Senior. My sister is a little obstinate. Let me persuade her. Yang Kai didn't respond to him. It was then Zhao Yi Bai took Zhao Yue to the side and persuaded her in a small voice. Despite his hushed whispers, the powerful cultivators at the scene could still hear him clearly. Zhao Yi Bai was heard saying to Zhao Yue, Xiao Yue, did you hear that the people from Seven Stars Sect called him ancestor just now? Do you know what an ancestor is? Well, I don't really understand it either, but I suppose he's the most powerful person in Seven Stars Sect. If you become his disciple, you'll be able to walk sideways, and Miao Fei Ping would never dare to bully you again. I saw that Miao Fei Ping's master was also respectful of him. Moreover, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. We'll still meet every day since we're both in Seven Stars Sect. On the stand, Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile as he said to Guan Qianxing, even though this boy seems a little foolish, he's actually pretty shrewd. He already understands how the world works at such a young age. It's just that his aptitude is weak. Be careful not to let him offend the ancestor. Guan Qianxing nodded in response. However, regardless of what Zhao Yi Bai said, Zhao Yue refused to agree. Eventually, she squatted down and faced away from Zhao Yi Bai before burying her head in her knees and covering her ears with her hands. It was as though she was determined not to listen to Zhao Yi Bai, who appeared totally helpless. Sighing, the young boy stroked Zhao Yue's head before he turned around and walked up to Yang Kai. Upon stopping a couple of his steps away, he saluted him once more. Yang Kai said, regardless of what you say, I won't accept you as my disciple. Zhao Yi Bai nodded. This junior understands his aptitude is weak, so he has no right to become senior's disciple, nor do I even dare to think about it. Xiao Yue is lucky to have gained senior's favor, and I don't want her to miss this chance just because of me. So, I'd like to ask you to allow me to be a worker for you. Whenever there are any trivial matters, I'll handle them for you and make sure that you won't have to worry about them. Hearing that, Zhao Yue abruptly looked up while the people on the stand were stunned, as they had never expected that Zhao Yibai would say such a thing. Appearing to be impassive, Yang Kai said, "There are indeed no workers on Azure Jade Peak. I won't turn you down if you're willing to go there, however, I won't teach you anything, so you must remember that from today onwards, you'll remain a worker on Azure Jade Peak until your death." Zhao Yibai was elated upon hearing that. "Many thanks for granting my wish, senior." This junior wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Yue rushed over and took his hand before trying to drag him away. "I won't become his disciple, and you're also not going to be a worker. We'll go back to 7 Stars Town together. Listen to me, Xiao Yue." Zhao Yibai gazed at her with a pair of eyes that were filled with determination. Zhao Yue's eyes reddened as she knew that Zhao Yibai was doing this for her. Although his aptitude was weak, he had still become a disciple of 7 Stars sect after he passed all the tests. He was supposed to be able to cultivate and become a cultivator just like he always dreamed. Nevertheless, if he became a worker on Azure Jade Peak, he would have no future at all. She then turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. "You're a bad guy. Anyone who bullied Zhao Yibai was a bad guy." She didn't care whether he was an ancestor or some kind of senior expert. Yang Kai grinned. "Do you want to beat me up to vent out the anger for your big brother Yibai?" Without hesitation, Zhao Yue nodded her head with a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Yang Kai said, "It's simple. Become my disciple. When you become more powerful than me one day, you can beat me up in whatever way you please." Zhao Yue became startled for a moment, as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The next moment, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground in front of Yang Kai. "Disciple Zhao Yue greets honored master." She then abruptly looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard so that honored master will have a taste of becoming a worker one day. Whatever big brother Yibai will go through, I'll make you pay 10 times the price." From that day onward, there was a female disciple on Azure Jade Peak of 7 Stars sect in the Void Continent who was determined to make her honored master become a worker. Everyone in the Void Continent found it to be strange when they heard the story. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4686. I heard you shared fate with my disciple. You'll have to work harder, for your honored master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. Yang Kai pointed at the sky with a smile. Shunxing pursed his lips with disdain, thinking that Yang Kai could only fool an inexperienced girl like her. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I heard that you shared fate with my disciple." Shunxing's face instantly started flushing as he repeatedly said he wouldn't dare to. However, in his mind, he thought that this ancestor from 7 Stars sect was quite small-minded, as the retaliation had come earlier than he had expected. He was an Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace after all, and he had to uphold his reputation. If he was humiliated in public, how was he going to show his face in public in the future? While he was furious, Yang Kai was heard saying, "Young girl, go ask why that senior is interested in taking you on as a disciple. I need all the details, otherwise, people who have no idea what has happened will think that I oppressed him today." Although Zhao Yue was determined to cultivate hard and make her honored master have a taste of becoming a worker, she was still pretty obedient. She then got up and ambled towards the stand. Upon reaching Shunxing, she saluted him respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Greetings, senior. My honored master has asked me to." Shunxing hurriedly raised his hand. "Speak no further. Your honored master might have misheard me. I didn't say I wanted to take you on as a disciple. Rather, I just thought that there was a treasure in my collection that would perfectly suit you." Upon finishing his words, he fished out something that looked like a bracelet and passed it to her with a smile. "Here you go. This old master obtained it a long time ago and has always treasured it. Since it suits you, I'll give it to you. Just see it as a gift for having found a good master." The elders of 7 Stars sect and the representatives of the great forces on the stand gasped while staring at the ancient-looking bracelet. That bracelet was apparently a defensive emperor artifact. Although they had no idea how powerful it was definitely expensive, as it was an emperor artifact. They couldn't believe that Shunxing was willing to give it to the young girl just like that. Instead of directly taking it though, Zhao Yue turned to gaze inquisitively at Yang Kai, who placed his hands behind his back and looked up as though there was something interesting in the sky. Understanding what his gesture meant, Zhao Yue saluted elegantly. "Many thanks, senior." She then took the bracelet with both hands and wrapped it around her wrist. The bracelet, which was much larger than her wrist, suddenly radiated a gentle glow and shrunk until it perfectly fit her. The sight amazed Zhao Yue. With a smile, Shunxing stroked his beard gently. "It does indeed suit you." His back was drenched in sweat, though, as he thought that he had reacted pretty quickly. Otherwise, it would have turned out to be embarrassing for him. Zhao Yue looked at the new bracelet from different angles with joy. She was a young child who came from a poor family, so she knew nothing about accessories. With that said, young girls like her were naturally fond of such things. At that moment, she found Shunxing to be amicable and generous, so she flashed a sweet smile at him. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Since Senior Shun has given you a gift, it would be discourteous for me to not do so too. Here, this trinket is not as valuable as Senior Shun's gift, but I hope you'll like it." Following that, he took out a petite hairpin with a true-to-life red dragonfly that was made from jade on it. This was obviously another defensive artifact. Although it was inferior to the bracelet as it was only Dao source grade, it was actually the most expensive thing the sect master of Golden Spring Sect possessed. "Is it for me?" Zhao Yue was astounded. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect nodded with a smile. "There's really no need." Zhao Yue appeared bashful and hesitant, but despite her words, she swiftly took the hairpin and put it on her head. Since the sect master of Golden Spring Sect had also given her a gift, the representatives of the other sects naturally didn't have the nerve to not offer something. Moreover, this was a great chance to strike up a relationship with the ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. Hence, all of them fished out the most expensive items in their collections and gifted them to the little girl. Other than the representatives of other sects, the elders of Seven Stars Sect also did the same. She was a disciple of their own sect after all. Since outsiders had been so generous, they couldn't just watch the show and do nothing. Therefore, Shang Guanji took the initiative to pass a gift to her, and the other elders and protectors did the same. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yue was covered in gifts. The items that had been wrapped around her head, body, and hands were all valuable and rare. Seeing that, Shang Guanji quickly gave her a space ring to store those gifts. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking that the young girl named Zhao Yue would be a rising star from that day onward. She had already received so many gifts when she had just been taken on as a disciple. How successful would she be when she became powerful enough one day? "Do you see that? That's the difference between you two," Yang Kai said in a small voice. Zhao Yibai, who was standing beside him, looked smilingly at Zhao Yue and nodded. "You and she are from different worlds. If she's like a phoenix in the sky, you're no different from a loach in the mud. She is still young now, however, when her mind is broadened as she grows up, she'll forget who you are. She'll only remember once in a century that she had a playmate named Zhao Yibai in the past." Yang Kai continued, destroying his confidence. Zhao Yibai scratched his head for a moment before refuting. "I'll be glad as long as Xiao Yue is fine. Moreover, she'll never forget about me." Yang Kai stared intently at him, then said, "I hope you'll still think so when you grow up." The disciple recruitment of Seven Stars Sect ended on a positive note. The news that 2 disciples with a rank aptitude had emerged during the recruitment spread quickly. One of them was revealed to have A aptitude while the other achieved a result of A+ aptitude. The latter was truly a prodigy. Moreover, it was said that an ancestor with inscrutable cultivation had appeared out of nowhere in Seven Stars Sect, and he had taken on the young girl with A+ aptitude to be his disciple. Rumor had it that Shunxing, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Shunxing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason Seven Stars Sect instantly became a household name. There were 1008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. 2 young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. "You're too slow." In a lethargic manner, Zhao Wei shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Zhao Wei was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped, "Those are my things. Give them back." Yang Kai explained, "It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them." Zhao Wei wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yibai persuaded her by saying, "Xiao Ya, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him." Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered, "Stop flattering this king. It's useless." "Ah." Zhao Ya directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Zhao Ya felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. "It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow." Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Zhao Ya sniffled and said, "Big brother Yi Bai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang." While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yibai said, "I miss them too." He then looked up at the sky. "I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now." At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. "Let's look for some food." Zhao Yibai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. "Bad guy!" Zhao Ya roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yibai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. "Xiao Ya, and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here?" Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, "No. Do you want to starve us to death?" Zhao Ya glowered at the man. "In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "A bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Zhao Ya's clothes. It was then that Zhao Ya came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, "I'm hungry and thirsty, master." Yang Kai nodded, "Wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yibai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, "Xiao Ya, could your master be a ghost?" With her face turning pale, Zhao Ya stuck close to the young boy. "Stop frightening me, big brother Yibai." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4687, The Disciple Has Come of Age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Zhao Ya. After taking it, Zhao Ya looked up at him. "There's only one. Is it not enough?" Yang Kai frowned. "Big brother Yibai has to have some food as well." Zhao Yibai hurriedly shook his head. "It's fine. I'm not hungry." Zhao Ya looked pitifully at Yang Kai. "Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master?" "No." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place. What a stingy man. Zhao Yue was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent and years slowly went by. Since Zhao Yue had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7 Stars sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, chi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, saint king, origin returning, origin king, Tao source, and emperor realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhao Yue had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7 Stars sect at around the same time, was now in the transcendent realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhao Yue. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7 Stars sect who lived on Azure Jade Peak was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhao Yue because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yibai, who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhao Yue, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7 Stars sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids, who were 8 years old in the past, were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yibai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yibai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7 Stars sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yibai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yibai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yibai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yibai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister Yue the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" Zhao Yibai nodded. The agitated young man asked, "What did she say?" Zhao Yibai replied, "Nothing." The young man was stunned, then went on asking, "Did she read it? Do you want to know the truth?" Zhao Yibai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. "Of course I want to know the truth." In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yibai replied, "She didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time." The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. "Senior brother Liu," Zhao Yibai called out, "I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now." The young man surnamed Liu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, "You must have badmouthed me in front of junior sister Yue. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it?" When he came across Zhao Yue the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. "I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else, as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Liu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though, Anne. How dare you still lie to me?" Senior brother Liu barked while waving his hand. "Beat him up." As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many, many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Yi grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Ya over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. "What's going on here?" a person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Liu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Miao Fei Ping." The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Zhao Ya. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers, who were much older, were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, "Are you alright?" Zhao Yibai put on a grin, "I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp." Miao Fei Ping scoffed, "Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh? Am I supposed to cry, then?" Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Liu. "You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people?" Senior brother Liu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Liu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently, "Scram, scram," and so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yibai and rubbed his forehead. "Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days?" Zhao Yibai just sported a silly smile. "Take it." Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. "Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them." Zhao Yibai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. "We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Ya become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiao Ya is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter, so how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiao Ya will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out?" Zhao Yibai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. "Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it." Zhao Yibai replied in a small voice. I returned to 7 Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Ju, Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yibai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yibai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied, your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in 7 Stars sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone. The light in Zhao Yibai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Ju that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiao Ya again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yibai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now, Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave, then, Zhao Yibai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4688, Punishment. Zhao Yibai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder, which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Zhao Ya. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Zhao Ya, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yibai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Zhao Ya excitedly looked for her master and told him that Zhao Yibai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yibai's aptitude so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yibai's aptitude was ordinary and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Zhao Ya started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yibai the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yibai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Ya infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yibai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air, so it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from Seven Stars sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yi Bai, Zhao Yue put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yi Bai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Yue tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Yi Bai shook his head. Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here? Zhao Yue extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yi Bai stepped aside to dodge them. There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping. She pursed her lips and complained, Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying. Zhao Yi Bai replied with a smile, Senior is doing it for your own good. Me. Zhao Yue slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yi Bai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yi Bai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted, You should get some rest, Xiao Yue. I'll call you when the meal is ready. All right. Zhao Yue replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Yue's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yi Bai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. You came sooner than I expected. Zhao Yue asked, Who was it? Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yi Bai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue. Zhao Yue said through clenched teeth, I was too gentle back then. Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do this time? It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are. Miao Fei Ping shook his head. You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just one step away from making it to the immortal ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him? True element boundary 9th stage? Zhao Yue muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Yue's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Yue suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei Ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with A+ aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude, and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers. However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Zhao Yue at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's face twitched as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Yue was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Zhao Yue extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei Ping felt his heart pounding against his chest as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across Seven Stars sect. For some reason, a disciple named Liu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Zhao Ya. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Liu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Liu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Liu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in 7 Stars sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Zhao Ya did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Zhao Ya made was filled with murderous intent as she seemed determined to end Liu Yi's life. Zhao Ya's identity was also unusual as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Zhao Ya's progress had disappointed the elders of 7 Stars sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Zhao Ya. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Liu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Liu Yi was brought back by his honored master while the elders of 7 Stars sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Zhao Ya stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Zhao Ya stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master." When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Zhao Ya nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Zhao Ya pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Yang Kai said, "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Zhao Ya looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yi Bai, I'm here." Zhao Yi Bai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yi Bai's head. A stunned Zhao Yi Bai wouldn't dare to move away as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a patty by the weight of the water tank. Since Zhao Ya broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain. Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yi Bai was relieved and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill." Although others didn't know why Zhao Ya, who had A+ aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhao Ya had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4689, A Wild Horse and a Rain. "Why do you always do this, Master? It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yi Bai instead." Zhao Ya roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Yi Bai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Yi Bai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight, not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her. I'm not convinced. Zhao Yue said aggrievedly. I don't care. Zhao Yue's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Yi Bai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, I'll also get punished, then. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhao Yue treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Yi Bai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Yi Bai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Yi Bai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Liu Yi. If Guan Qianxing hadn't stopped her in time, Liu Yi would have been killed. Zhao Yue was destined to be a wild horse while Zhao Yi Bai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhao Yue up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Yu Lu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhao Yue, who was kneeling beside Zhao Yi Bai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. Wait a bit, big brother Yi Bai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Yi Bai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. I'm still being punished. Zhao Yue snorted. Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before, so how could you not have any food or water for 3 days? Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Yi Bai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhao Yue stood beside Zhao Yi Bai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Yi Bai's mouth, Zhao Yue would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhao Yue turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of 7 Stars sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Liu Yi from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Liu Yi. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Yue and Zhao Yi Bai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Zhao Yue became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. "I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him regardless of who he is." Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. "Yes, ancestor." They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Liu Yi who suffered a setback as Zhao Yue harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. "Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens," Zhao Yi Bai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Zhao Yue fell silent. "You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back." "All right, I got it," Zhao Yue nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. I'll get you some more rice. While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Zhao Yue also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Zhao Yue would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight, after 100 years, of Zhao Yue crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Zhao Yue, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Zhao Yue could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Zhao Yue widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Zhao Yue screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big brother Yibai! Big brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big brother Yibai disappeared, master." She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of Space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of Space regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Tao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. "Master, please save Big Brother Yibai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Yue stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. "Stop yelling." Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Yue's face was already covered in tears and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Yue had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. "I'm fine, Xiao Yue. Get up now." They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Yue was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. "So, what happened just now?" Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Yue intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I felt like I was having a dream." With reddened eyes, Zhao Yue gazed at Yang Kai. "Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yibai again, Master?" Yang Kai replied, "He'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again." "Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future." Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Yue to feel anxious for him again. "Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yibai? You must tell Master about it." "Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully." Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4690, Unusual Talent. "You're such a blockhead, Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Yue knelt beside him with fury. While holding the water tank with one hand, Zhao Yibai stroked the woman's head with his other. Without refuting her, he just let out a hollow laugh. Since such a major incident had happened, he was supposedly able to seize the chance and get some rest. However, Zhao Yibai said that since Yang Kai's punishment wasn't over yet, he decided to prop up the water tank again. Left with no choice, Zhao Yue knelt beside him once more, but this time, she stuck close to his leg as she wouldn't allow him to leave her again. In the middle of the night, Zhao Yue suddenly heard some snoring coming from the side. When she looked up, she realized that Zhao Yibai had dozed off. Looking at the face she would never get tired of, she put on a sweet smile, for only Zhao Yibai had such an unusual talent. No ordinary person who had never cultivated before could hold up a water tank while being sound asleep. He was probably the only one. Big Brother Yibai is indeed the most amazing. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yibai slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he furrowed his brow while being hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. The next day, he tried his best not to fall asleep, but for some unfathomable reason, he became extremely lethargic when darkness descended upon them. After talking to Zhao Yue a little, he dozed off again. The same thing happened on the third day. When he awakened, he suddenly had a feeling that his body was a little different, but he couldn't point out what the changes were. When he turned his head, he saw Zhao Yue staring at him with a pleasantly surprised look. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yibai asked in puzzlement. "You broke through to the initial element realm, Big Brother Yibai." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yibai was perplexed, but he soon became shocked. "You mean that initial element realm?" He had been a worker who did manual work on Azure Jade Peak for the past 10 years, and he had never cultivated before, and no one had taught him how to cultivate. However, he had been staying with Zhao Yue for a long time, so he was naturally aware of the categorization of the different martial Dao realms. The initial element realm was the second great realm. After sensing it for a while, he realized there was indeed a force in his body that had never existed before. The force was passing through his meridians and flesh, which made him feel elated. "This is the initial element realm?" Zhao Yibai fell into a dazed state. When he was a young child, his dream was to join Seven Stars sect and become a powerful cultivator one day. Nevertheless, 10 years ago, in order to make Zhao Yue agree to become a disciple of Yang Kai without any worries, he practically cut off his own future by requesting to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Over the years, when he went down the mountain to get water and saw people about his age who had become successful cultivators, he was naturally envious of them, but he never regretted his decision. He was way past the best age to start cultivating, and as he grew older, he stopped thinking about his childhood dream. He felt more than happy to see Zhao Yue growing up and getting stronger by the day. Hence, he had never expected that he would be able to set off on his journey in the martial Dao one day. Is it because of the incident that took place a few days ago? Zhao Yue asked. No one had taught Zhao Yi by how to cultivate, but he had suddenly made it to the initial element realm. It was obviously not normal. Zhao Yi Bai shook his head. No. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that I kept falling asleep over the past few days. Xiao Yue, when I fell asleep, there was a voice that never stopped talking to me in my mind. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the same thing happened day after day. What kind of voice was that? Zhao Yue asked worriedly. I can't describe it clearly. Zhao Yi Bai shook his head, but I remember everything the person said. He then went on to tell Zhao Yue everything he had heard in his dreams. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yue covered her lips with her hand. It's a very profound and abstruse secret art. A secret art? Zhao Yi Bai was stunned. How could it be? On the other hand, Zhao Yue was elated. This is wonderful. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, big brother Yi Bai. There was a worried look on Zhao Yi Bai's face, however, as he muttered, Senior has never allowed me to cultivate. If he finds out about it. Zhao Yue placed a finger on her lips and made a shush sound. She then looked around stealthily and said in a small voice, Master will not find out about it if neither of us exposes this secret. He has only treated you as a worker as he has never taught you how to cultivate before. Now that you've gained such an opportunity, you must treasure it. Have you forgotten about what you said when you were a young kid, big brother Yi Bai? One day, I will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. I will build a big house so that mother, Xiao Yue, grandma, Uncle Yang, and I can all live together happily as one family. At that moment, Zhao Yi Bai was tempted, but he soon shook his head. I can't do this. I must tell Senior about it and see what he has to say. If he allows me to cultivate, I will. If he doesn't allow me, I won't. Moreover, we don't even know whether there's anything wrong with this secret art. If there is a problem, I might become an evil person in the future. Upon finishing his words, he gently put down the water tank and shuffled towards Yang Kai's palace. You're so stubborn, big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Yue stomped her feet on the ground with fury, but she couldn't stop him. A moment later, Zhao Yi Bai returned with a puzzled look while scratching his head. Presently, Zhao Yue was facing away from him with fury. Unlike a typical lady, she was directly seated on the ground while grabbing some strands of grass and ripping them into pieces. All of a sudden, she turned her head with an incensed look. What did Master say? Zhao Yi Bai was still scratching his head. Senior chased me out without saying anything. Zhao Yue batted her eyes, then leapt to her feet with ecstasy as her eyes radiated a glow. Since Master said nothing, it means that he's allowed you to cultivate. You can cultivate now, big brother Yi Bai. You can cultivate now. She kept jumping up and down as tears almost leaked from her eyes. Seeing how elated she was, Zhao Yi Bai also couldn't help grinning. Miao Fei Ping's words made him feel heartbroken. However, since he was able to cultivate now, all his worries blew away with the wind. As long as he worked hard enough so that his cultivation could keep up with Zhao Yue's, he could accompany her for a very long time. Your smile looks silly, big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Yue wiped the tears from her eyes as she joked. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi Bai asked, Xiao Yue, do you think it's possible that it was Senior who passed on this secret art to me? Zhao Yue became startled and fell into her thoughts. Given how abstruse the secret art was, a commoner like Zhao Yi Bai, who had never cultivated before, shouldn't be able to comprehend it. In the entire Seven Stars sect, perhaps only her master was able to teach a secret art to someone in his dreams. However, would her cold-blooded, petty, and stingy master really do such a thing? Zhao Huaiyi wasn't sure about it. After all, Zhao Yibai had been a worker here for 10 years and her master never went back on his word as he had never taught him anything. Nevertheless, when Zhao Yibai informed her master about it, the latter directly chased him out without saying anything, which went to show that there was something off about it. In that case, you'll be my senior brother since you're also a disciple of master, Zhao Huaiyi said with joy. With a helpless smile, Zhao Yibai shook his head. My aptitude is too weak, so I have no right to be senior's disciple. He supposed that was the reason Yang Kai made use of his dreams instead of personally passing on the secret art to him. He then bent his back and bowed towards Yang Kai's palace and said, "Don't worry, senior. I'll cultivate hard so that I won't disappoint you." Zhao Yibai's aptitude was indeed weak. It took Zhao Huaiyi 10 years to make it to the true element boundary because Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, since Zhao Yibai obtained the secret art that came as a surprise, he went on to cultivate hard for the next 3 years, but only managed to make it to the initial element realm 9th stage. He couldn't even break through to the next great realm. It seemed very accurate that his aptitude was revealed to be C in the past. His talent was among the worst in the entire 7 Stars sect. With that said, Zhao Yibai was pleased with his progress. That was because he had embarked on the martial Dao, which was unlike in the past. As for how far he could go, it would depend on how much effort he was willing to put in. "What's wrong, master?" Zhao Huaiyi, whose white dress made her look pure and refreshing, stepped into the main hall. She then respectfully looked at her honored master, who was seated with his legs crossed. Yang Kai opened his eyes. "You've reached the true element boundary 9th stage?" Zhao Huaiyi replied, "I achieved a breakthrough 2 days ago." Yang Kai nodded. "I've suppressed your cultivation over the years so that you'll not achieve breakthroughs too quickly. You and Miao Fei Ping joined the sect at the same time, but is now in the Saint realm. Do you ever have any complaints about it?" Zhao Huaiyi shook her head. "Honored master must have a good reason for doing this. It's thanks to your careful nurturing that this disciple has such achievements. Why would I have any complaints instead of feeling grateful? I'm glad that's how you feel." Yang Kai nodded gently. "One day, you'll understand why I've done such a thing. However, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, so a prolonged suppression will harm your foundation. Since you've made it to the true element boundary 9th stage, you should get ready to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. I'll start cultivating in seclusion, then," Zhao Huaiyi replied respectfully. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't want you to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, I want you to go out and experience the outside world. You've stayed on Azure Jade Peak for 13 years, so don't you want to see what's out there? I remember that you were only 8 years old when you became my disciple. I'm not interested in the outside world. Wherever Zhao Yibai was, that would be her home. It will only benefit you by venturing into the outside world to broaden your horizons." Yang Kai spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Yes," Zhao Huaiyi replied. "Can Big Brother Yibai come with me?" "Do as you please." It was only then that Zhao Huaiyi put on a smile. "Many thanks, master." She then turned around and dashed out of the hall, her steps as light as the wind. Venturing into the outside world? Zhao Yibai widened his eyes as he appeared pleasantly surprised. Zhao Huaiyi nodded repeatedly. "Master told me to experience the outside world to prepare for my breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. He has agreed to let me go with you?" Zhao Yibai couldn't believe it. "Yes." Zhao Yibai suddenly had a feeling that pie had fallen from the sky into his lap. It had been 13 years since he settled down on Azure Jade Peak, and he had never set foot outside of 7 Stars sect since then. Now that he was allowed to leave, he still found it hard to believe. "Give me a moment. I have to prepare some presents for Mother and Grandma. Oh, let's not forget about Uncle Yang." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yibai bolted into his room to get prepared. "Presents." Zhao Huaiyi darted her gaze around. All of a sudden, she recalled that when Miao Fei Ping looked for her and Zhao Yibai previously, he said that there was a spirit fruit tree on the spirit peak where his master Guan Qianxing resided. It would take the spirit fruit tree 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, then another 10 years before the fruits matured. The fruits could help cultivators improve their cultivation. As for the ordinary people, the fruits could help prolong their lives. The fruits should have matured by now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4691, Spirit Fruits. A young man and woman were standing alongside one another at the entrance of Seven Stars Town. As they gazed at the streets that were filled with people, they fell into a dazed state. It had been 13 years since they left this place, and in that time the town had transformed beyond recognition. The town had gotten much bigger, and it was now bustling with noise. Seven Stars Town was built to be a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect. In the past, Seven Stars Sect was just an average second-class sect, and while it was pretty famous in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius, it was basically insignificant beyond that territory. However, after the disciple recruitment where the appearance of the ancestor sent a shockwave across the entire world, Seven Stars Sect directly became one of the first-class sects in the Void Continent. Since the sect was famous now, it could attract more people. As a result, Seven Stars Town became more prosperous. The young man took a deep breath as he felt somewhat nervous. Although he had asked Miao Fei Ping, who would go down the mountain from time to time, to send some letters to his mother and grandma, and he was aware that they were fine, he hadn't personally seen it for himself yet. He was still a young boy when he left home, but he was now an adult who had set off on his journey in the martial Dao. He wondered if his mother and grandma would still recognize him. Big brother Yi Bai, Zhao Ya seemed able to detect a change in his emotions as she leaned close to him and took his hand. "Let's go." Zhao Yi Bai took a deep breath and shuffled forward alongside Zhao Ya. Soon, they stopped in their tracks in front of a shop. Although it was a small place, it was quite bustling. The small number of tables inside the shop were all occupied, and even the tables set up outside were filled. On top of that, many people were waiting in line. "It's this place, right?" Zhao Ya looked around as she was uncertain. She remembered that when they were kids, Uncle Yang would set up his stall here every day. When they were pursued by Miao Fei Ping and other kids, they would sneak under Uncle Yang's cart and wait until their pursuers were gone before they would dare to come out. After that, Uncle Yang would give them each a sweet rice dumpling, which was the best food in the world to them. Now, the cart was nowhere to be seen as it was replaced by this shop. "It's this place." Zhao Yi Bai closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Although 13 years had passed, he would never forget the familiar smell of the soup and sweet rice dumplings. According to Miao Fei Ping, his mother and grandma had saved some money and bought a shop to sell sweet rice dumplings. Their business was apparently booming. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yi Bai saw two women who were busy at work. One of the women was facing away from them as she was roasting the sweet rice dumplings on a charcoal fire while the other woman was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks left behind by the customers. As though sensing something, the woman, who was cleaning up the dishes, looked up at the door. As their gazes met, Zhao Yi Bai's eyes reddened while he covered his mouth so that he wouldn't burst into tears. The woman was startled for a moment, then her expression was transformed by disbelief. She put down the bowls and walked out of the shop with a shaking figure before extending her hands. "Xiao Bai." The woman caressed Zhao Yi Bai's face as she thought she was dreaming. "Mother." Zhao Yi Bai sniffled, "I'm back." Grandma, who was busy inside the shop, turned her head and saw the woman hugging Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya, all of them crying tears of joy. Since Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya were back, they decided to close the shop early. This disappointed the customers who had been lining up to get their hands on the sweet rice dumplings. However, the people in town knew that the proprietress' children were disciples of Seven Stars Sect, and their master was the ancestor of the aforementioned sect. Hence, even though they were disappointed, they wouldn't dare to voice their complaints. When darkness descended upon them, Grandma Ju and Yu Lu prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate, most of which were wolfed down by Zhao Yi Bai. "Mother, when Miao Fei Ping said that you haven't changed one bit over the years, I didn't really believe him. But now it seems he was telling the truth." While stuffing food into his mouth, Zhao Yi Bai stared at his mother in amazement. 13 years had passed, but his mother still looked exactly the same as how he remembered her to be. It was as though she hadn't aged a day. Yu Lu touched her face and shot her son a glance. "I haven't changed one bit. I look much older now." "That's not true, Auntie Lu." Zhao Ya shook her head on the side. "I remember that you looked exactly like this when I was a little girl." If we go out together now, no one will believe that we're mother and daughter. They'll naturally think that we're sisters. Stop flattering me, you little ones. Yu Lu hung her head low and chuckled. She knew that her beauty might attract some unsolicited attention. Therefore, after she sent Zhao Yibai and Zhao Wei away to Seven Stars sect in the past, she always covered her face with a veil when helping Grandma out at the stall. She wouldn't dare to reveal her countenance in public. Despite that, she still attracted the attention of some licentious men who passed by. However, anyone who dared to insult or profane her would suffer from all sorts of tragedies before they even stepped out of Seven Stars Town. Moreover, these were not isolated cases. Once word got out, no one had the guts to say anything impolite to her again. It wasn't until some time later that she found out her daughter had the luck to become a disciple of the ancestor of Seven Stars sect. Yu Lu believed that it was the reason the people from Seven Stars sect protected her in secret. Those unlucky men must have been taught a lesson by the senior experts from the sect. That was the reason she finally had the courage to reveal her face. All you care about is your mother. Have you forgotten about me? Grandma Ju seemed displeased. Zhao Yibai hurriedly said, "That's not true, Grandma. Compared to my mother, your transformation is simply shocking." Zhao Wei kept nodding on the side. "You've gotten younger by at least 40 years, Grandma." When they left home in the past, Grandma Ju was old and frail. 13 years had passed, but Grandma had gotten younger instead of getting older. Her grey hair had turned black, and she no longer had a hunchback. Although she was already over 100 years old, those who were not aware of her real age might think that she was a woman in her 50s or 60s. "Grandma, what have you and my mother been eating over the years?" Zhao Yibai asked curiously. As one's cultivation increased, they might be able to reverse their aging and remain young for the rest of their life. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai's mother and grandma were obviously mortals who had never cultivated before. The fact that one of them hadn't changed one bit and the other had gotten younger was beyond his ability to understand. Grandma burst into laughter. "What else would we eat other than some simple food? Your mother and I have no idea what's going on either. Rumors have been going around that our sweet rice dumplings make us stay young. That's the reason business is going so well. Does it have something to do with the sweet rice dumplings?" Zhao Yibai fell into his thoughts. Grandma picked up some food and refilled Zhao Yibai's bowl. "Of course it has nothing to do with the sweet rice dumplings. They're made from ordinary rice. Why would they be able to keep us young?" Zhao Wei giggled. "I don't know whether the sweet rice dumplings can keep you young, but I have some fruits that can definitely help prolong your lives." Upon finishing her words, she fished out 8 spirit fruits from her space ring. 4 of them were given to her mother and the remaining 4 were given to Grandma Ju. "These fruits are beautiful." Yu Lu stared fixedly at the spirit fruits, whose skin was translucent while rays of light could be seen swirling inside them. Moreover, the fruits exuded an exotic scent that made them seem very appetizing. Grandma Ju asked, "Where did you get these from? They must be expensive." "They grew on a tree on the mountain. I picked them. They're not valuable at all. Hurry up and eat them, Auntie Lu, Grandma. The fruits are beneficial to you." In the meantime, on Constellation Peak of Seven Stars sect, Miao Fei Ping was all battered and bruised. This spirit peak was where the elder Guan Qianxing resided. While running for his life, Miao Fei Ping begged for mercy in a loud voice. "Forgive me, Master. Please stop hitting me. You're killing me." Despite his agility, he was unable to shake off his master. Guan Qianxing was holding a rod while sticking close to Miao Fei Ping like a shadow. As he repeatedly struck his disciple with loud thuds, he bellowed, "You unfilial brat. Do you know how hard it was for me to nurture that fruit tree? It took 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, and another 10 years before the fruits matured. There were only 18 fruits in total, but that little girl directly snatched 12 of them. Do you know the pain I feel? My heart bleeds just thinking about it." While covering his head, Miao Fei Ping refuted, "Since you're aware that it was Zhao Wei who picked the fruits, you should beat her up instead of me." Guan Qianxing snapped, "Beat her up? Would I even dare to? Moreover, Zhao Wei rarely steps out of Azure Jade Peak. If you hadn't exposed it to her, she wouldn't have found out there are such fruits in my place. Of course, I have to beat you up for this. Miao Fei Ping was lost for words. Since he was unable to flee, he decided to turn around and fall on his knees. While gazing at Guan Qianxing with a pitiful face, he cried out, "Master, the fruits are indeed precious, but I'm your one and only legacy disciple, should I not be even more valuable? You'll get new fruits after another 30 years, but if you kill me, where are you going to look for a new disciple with such exceptional aptitude?" With the rod raised, Guan Qianxing fell silent for a moment. Miao Fei Ping placed his index fingers on the corners of his mouth and pushed up, forcing a smile that was uglier than if he was crying. "Don't you think I'm right, master?" "Nonsense." Guan Qianxing struck him again with the rod. "The fruits are really gone, and it's not like you'll die after a few hit. Right now I must vent my anger." Miao Fei Ping hurriedly got to his feet and dashed out of the mountain. While running away, he yelled, "Sect Master, save me." Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yue went on to stay in Seven Stars Town for a month. Rather than talking about the suffering he endured on the mountain, Zhao Yibai only told his mother about the interesting things he had witnessed. He also said that he could now cultivate, so he would definitely become a powerful cultivator one day. Yu Lu attentively listened to him while staring at her children fondly. She had never expected that, as a widow, she would be able to see her children growing into fine adults. As she reminisced, she couldn't help recalling the stormy night some 20 years ago. Time flew by so quickly and everything seemed to have just happened the day before. After a month, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yue were ready to leave. Their mission was to experience the outside world, so although they were reluctant, they couldn't stay in Seven Stars Town forever. At the entrance of the town, Yu Lu and Grandma saw them off while giving them a lot of reminders. "Come with me, Xiao Yue." Yu Lu suddenly beckoned to Zhao Yue and walked to the side. Upon getting close to her, Zhao Yue asked, "What's wrong, Auntie Lu?" Yu Lu fished out a handkerchief, which contained something, from her sleeve and passed it to her. "I've eaten 2 of the fruits you've given to me and saved the remaining 2. If you're able to meet your Uncle Yang on your trip this time, pass the fruits to him. If you can't see him, you should just eat the fruits yourself." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4692, Green Mountain Town. Zhao Yue pushed the fruits back to her. "Auntie Lu, I've already saved some fruits for Uncle Yang." She had picked 12 fruits from Constellation Peak. 8 of them were given to Yu Lu and Grandma Ju. The remaining 4 inside her space ring were reserved for Uncle Yang. "While you've saved some for him, these fruits are given to him by me." "They're different," Yu Lu insisted. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yue took the 2 spirit fruits. Following a giggle, she asked, "Auntie Lu, why don't you come with us to look for Uncle Yang?" Yu Lu extended her hand and poked the young woman's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? While you 2 can go over, what reason do I have to look for him? If we really come across Uncle Yang, isn't there something you want to tell him?" Zhao Yue asked. Yu Lu hung her head low and pondered on it before shaking her head. The young man and young woman finally set off on their journey. Even after they walked for a long time, once they turned their heads, they could still see 2 figures staring in their direction from the entrance of the town. "Xiao Yue, what did my mother tell you just now?" Zhao Yibai asked. Zhao Yue replied, "Auntie Lu saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to Uncle Yang." Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. "Grandma also saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to him. I wonder how Uncle Yang is doing now." Zhao Yue looked into the distance. Before Uncle Yang departed, he had left behind an address. However, both of them had never heard of the place before. They wondered if they could meet him again during their adventure. "Xiao Yue, there's something I've always been curious about." Zhao Yibai appeared puzzled as he suddenly thought of something. "What is it?" Zhao Yue turned to look at him. Zhao Yibai asked, "Do you know what Senior's name is? We have stayed on the mountain for 13 years, but I never found out his name." Zhao Yue shook her head. "I have no idea either, and Master has never mentioned it. When the sect master and elders visited him, they always called him Ancestor. No one has ever called him by his name." Zhao Yibai said, "I've asked Miao Fei Ping about it before. Although he isn't clear about it, he heard Elder Guan mention that the surname of Senior is Yang. He shares the same surname as Uncle Yang? Zhao Ya was surprised. Zhao Yibai put on a grin. They don't just share the same surname. Have you ever realized that, just by looking at their backs, Senior and Uncle Yang are very similar? Zhao Ya pursed her lips, but Master is not comparable to Uncle Yang at all. One of the men took good care of them as though they were his children, while the other man had a distorted personality and would punish Zhao Yibai as he pleased. There was no comparison at all. Time passed by and the pair's horizons were truly broadened as they traveled. They encountered many different people and witnessed lots of interesting incidents along the way. However, since they had lived on the mountain for a long time, they knew little about human nature, and it was expected that they would suffer a setback from time to time. During their journey, they had helped the weak and taught bad guys a lesson. There were almost times when they were plotted against and harmed. Zhao Ya's beauty would also frequently attract unsolicited trouble to them. There was one time when they were drugged in a bandit's inn and almost passed out. Upon realizing that something was off, Zhao Ya made a decisive move by killing everyone in the inn. As a result, she became unconscious for 3 days before she awakened. They started growing up as they gained more experience. It was then they found out the people in the outside world were not as amiable as Uncle Yang and the seniors on the mountain. They had learned to be careful of the greed and trickery of other people. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Green Mountain Town. The reason they'd come to this place was that before Uncle Yang left Seven Stars Town in the past, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. It seemed that his home was in Green Mountain Town. The town wasn't big, but there were some cultivators moving around. That was because Spirit Sea Temple was located just a few 100 kilometers away from this place. Spirit Sea Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Void Continent. While the Temple Master was a powerful Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were also 2 elders in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Upon entering Green Mountain Town, the pair found an inn and settled down. After that, Zhao Yibai excitedly looked for the innkeeper and asked about the whereabouts of Yang Kai, but his efforts were to no avail. Although he was disappointed, he reckoned that they would find Uncle Yang sooner or later since they were in Green Mountain Town. After a night's rest, they started moving around the town and making inquiries. Restaurants where people from all walks of life would come together were places they would never miss. A few days later, they still hadn't found any useful information as the people in Green Mountain Town had never heard of Yang Kai before. Zhao Yibai thought of looking into the matter by asking about sweet rice dumplings instead. After all, Uncle Yang had learned how to make sweet rice dumplings from Grandma Ju and had been selling them in Seven Stars Town for years. If he had really returned to Green Mountain Town, he would probably sell sweet rice dumplings again to provide for his family. By following this trail, Zhao Yibai really found out something useful. He then excitedly returned to the inn and pushed the door open. "Xiao Ya, I know where Uncle Yang is. Have you found him?" Zhao Ya asked with a pleasantly surprised look. "More or less," Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. "Someone told me that there's a man who lives in a place about 30 kilometers away from Green Mountain Town. He will come to the town to sell sweet rice dumplings every few days. The appearance and age of that person described to me match those of Uncle Yang. Should we go now?" Zhao Ya gazed at him. Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. It had been 13 years since he last met his Uncle Yang, and he couldn't wait any longer as he was eager to reunite with him. They then paid their fees and left the inn before heading in a particular direction. Zhao Ya was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. On the other hand, after half a year of adventure, Zhao Yibai had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. It only took them an hour to move across 30 kilometers. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. "It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here." Zhao Ya nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, A man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings, then? Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them," the man put on a sincere smile. It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang. "Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you." Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and is quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge, and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Ya. Even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention, her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident when facing the people in front of him now. "Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people." "Who is it that you want to know about?" It was then Zhao Yibai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai said anxiously, "That's impossible." The man burst into laughter. "I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with the dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I'd definitely remember if there was such a person." "How could this be?" Zhao Yibai appeared dejected. Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. "Are you from Spirit Sea Temple?" the man asked. Zhao Ya shook her head. "No, we're from somewhere else." "You're not from Spirit Sea Temple?" The man frowned. He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yibai relentlessly said, "Mister, please give it one more thought." "Uncle Yang." "I said I don't know him. Who cares what his name is?" The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yibai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Ya's eyes, but as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in. "Let's go, big brother Yibai. Uncle Yang isn't here." Zhao Ya gently pulled Zhao Yibai's arm. Zhao Yibai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment. He couldn't accept the truth. On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Ya saw that Zhao Yibai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, "Since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here. We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4693, Zhao Ya is wounded. Zhao Yibai nodded while looking listless. To him, Uncle Yang was as important as his mother, both of them were his family members. Since he and Zhao Ya had started cultivating, They were no longer the same little kids they were in the past. It was expected that he wanted to let Uncle Yang enjoy a better life since he was a grown man and a cultivator now. All of a sudden, Zhao Huaiye took his hand. When Zhao Yibai turned his head, he saw Zhao Huaiye looking around with a serious expression. They were in the middle of nowhere, where the grass was tall and the tree leaves swayed with the wind. "What's wrong?" he asked in puzzlement. "There's a smell of blood." Zhao Huaiye furrowed her brows. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle force exuded from her palm and sent Zhao Yibai flying away. The next instant, a figure abruptly appeared as a sword light slashed across the place where Zhao Yibai was initially standing. If Zhao Huaiye hadn't pushed him away in time, he would have been dead by now. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. When he got to his feet, he saw that Zhao Huaiye had gotten into an intense battle with the attacker. The person was holding a sword as he rained fatal attacks down on Zhao Huaiye. On the other hand, Zhao Huaiye wielded her silver spear as she tried her best to counterattack, but she still fell into a disadvantage. "An immortal ascension boundary master," Zhao Yibai exclaimed. He was fully aware of Zhao Huaiye's capabilities as she was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. Moreover, she had been trained by her master for years, and coupled with her exceptional aptitude, she was able to fight against people above her realm. However, since the enemy that came out of nowhere could suppress her, there was no doubt that he was in the immortal ascension boundary. Furthermore, he must be in the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage at the very least, otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed Zhao Huaiye. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai noticed that their attacker was injured as his chest was covered in blood. He still seemed to be bleeding, and it was this smell of blood that Zhao Huaiye had detected just now. "How dare two young brats like you come to provoke me? You won't leave this place alive." The man roared through clenched teeth while launching his attacks. Zhao Huaiye was forced to retreat again and again, and it was clear she was having difficulty persevering. The huge gap between their realms couldn't be made up for by aptitude alone. Zhao Yibai stood anxious at the side. He had only made it to the Qi transformation realm recently, so even though he wanted to help out, there was nothing he could do. If he made a rash move now, he would just become a burden to Zhao Huaiye instead. However, upon hearing the person's words, he soon realized a problem. "Senior, please stop. We only passed by this place by chance. Are you perhaps mistaking us for someone else?" This man was obviously pursued by some powerful enemies, which was why he was hiding in this place to recuperate. Unfortunately, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Huaiye happened to arrive at this place. It would have been all good if they hadn't discovered anything. Nevertheless, the moment Zhao Huaiye pointed out that there was a smell of blood, this man could no longer keep hiding, which was why he appeared and attacked them. As expected, the man frowned upon hearing that while his attacks slowed down. Zhao Huaiye, who had been at a disadvantage, was slightly relieved, but the next instant, she saw the person charging towards Zhao Yibai. This man was severely wounded, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Huaiye in a short time, he decided to target the weaker Zhao Yibai in an attempt to hold him captive and gain control of the situation. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Huaiye to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yibai's vision, and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Die!" Zhao Huaiye bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yibai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Huaiye's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Huaiye. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Huaiye. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yi Bai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, big brother Yi Bai?" Zhao Yi asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yi Bai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Yi's left chest. "Xiao Wei, you." Zhao Yi put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yi Bai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Zhao Yi said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yi Bai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Zhao Yi had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Yi closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. "Xiao Wei." Zhao Yi Bai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yi Bai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. Although that man was defeated by Zhao Yi earlier, he might come back. Zhao Yi Bai wouldn't even dare to check on her now as he quickly carried her up and dashed in a different direction. An hour later, a tiny log house came into his sight. He had no idea why there was a log house in the middle of the mountain, but he supposed it was a resting place for hunters. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yi Bai realized there was no one inside. However, this place was obviously cleaned up regularly as there wasn't even a speck of dust. The furnishing in the log house was simple, so Zhao Yi Bai gently put Zhao Yi down on the bed and smacked his face with both hands to force himself to calm down. He also took a deep breath before his figure finally stopped shaking. He extended his hand and placed a finger under her nose and realized that her breathing had stabilized. It seemed that the healing pill had started taking effect. Nevertheless, when he took a glance at Zhao Yi's wound, he fell into a dilemma. She had been injured on the left side of her chest. He had managed to help stop the blood from streaming out of her wound, but it still had to be dressed properly. However, both of them were no longer children, they were fully grown adults. How was he supposed to help her treat a wound that was on her chest? Nonetheless, her life was at stake here. If her wound was not dressed, she might lose her life to an infection. Just when he had made up his mind to make a move, Zhao Yi Bai heard a series of footsteps approaching them. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, "Who goes there?" Presently, he was easily alarmed as he was worried that the formidable enemy would pursue them. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to ensure Zhao Yi's safety even if he was willing to lose his life. The footsteps outside the house came to a halt, and a moment later, a soft voice was heard saying, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" It was a woman's voice. Zhao Yi Bai quickly calmed himself down and pushed the door open. Lifting his gaze, he saw a woman clad in expensive clothes who appeared to be in her 40s. She appeared slightly younger than her age as she had taken good care of her skin. However, there was a tinge of melancholy behind her eyes for some reason. The woman must be from a wealthy family as the bodyguards behind her were now vigilantly staring at Zhao Yi Bai. 7 Stars Town's Zhao Yi Bai greets Madam. Zhao Yi Bai respectfully saluted her. "I had no idea that this house belonged to you. Please forgive me for causing any inconvenience." The woman examined him and seeing that he was acting politely, she nodded gently, "It's fine. I don't use this house often. Since you're in need of a resting place, you can stay here for a few days." Upon finishing her words, she prepared to leave. She initially decided to come here to get some rest, but since there was an outsider around, it was no longer appropriate for her to do so. "Madam." Zhao Yi Bai raised his hand and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Zhao Yi Bai cupped his fist. "My sister and I came across a villain just now, and she was injured by him. As a man, it's not appropriate for me to treat her wound. Will you please lend us a hand, madam?" We would be very grateful. Your sister is hurt. The woman was astounded. Zhao Yibai nodded. She's inside the house. I'll have a look. The woman directly decided to enter the house. On the other hand, the bodyguards looked cautiously at Zhao Yibai and one of them said in a small voice, "Madam, it might be a trap." "A life is at stake here," the woman replied, then led the bodyguards to step into the house. Instantly, a metallic tang came right at their faces. It wasn't until the bodyguards saw the frail Zhao Yue on the bed that they believed Zhao Yibai's words. "Give me some medicine, then all of you should go out," the woman waved her hand. Zhao Yibai thanked her as he fished out all the necessary items from his space ring and put them down beside the bed. It was then he left the house with the bodyguards and closed the door before waiting patiently. A moment later, someone was heard exclaiming from the house. A stunned Zhao Yibai quickly asked, "What happened, madam?" The bodyguards immediately stepped forward in an attempt to barge into the house, but they were forcefully blocked out by Zhao Yibai. "Don't come in," the woman was heard saying from the house a moment later. For some reason, her voice sounded shaky as she called out, "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Madam, are you really all right?" one of the worried bodyguards asked. "I said I'm fine," the woman replied in a firmer tone. The bodyguards exchanged worried glances. Although they had no idea why the woman cried out just now, they reckoned that they shouldn't barge in as she had said she was fine. They could only wait patiently. A while later, the woman in the house said again, "All right, you can come in now." An eager Zhao Yibai pushed the door open. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yue calmly lying on the bed. The woman was just seated beside her as she looked down at her. She didn't seem to mind the fact that her hands were covered in blood while her gaze was quite gentle. The strange thing was, Zhao Yibai noticed that the woman's eyes were slightly red, like she had cried earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4694, Coincidence. I've applied some medicine and dressed up her wound. It seems that she's a cultivator, so as long as she has enough time to recuperate, she'll be fine, the woman said. Many thanks, madam. Zhao Yibai cupped his fist as he was evidently relieved. The woman examined his face for a moment before pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, "You are brother and sister? You don't look alike." Zhao Yibai replied, "Xiao Yue and I are not biological siblings, however, since we grew up together, we're just as close as the real brother and sister." The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she looked down at Zhao Yue. "Did you offend someone?" Zhao Yibai shook his head, "I have no idea. The reason Xiao Yue and I arrived at this place was to look for a family member, but it was to no avail. When we were about to go back, we came across a formidable enemy. Xiao Yue was hurt because she wanted to save me." The woman nodded. "In that case, we can't stay here any longer. Who knows where the attacker is hiding? Your sister is now wounded, so she'll be in danger if that person finds her." Zhao Yibai replied, "I'll bring her back to Green Mountain Town now. Green Mountain Town is several dozen kilometers away from here. What if her wound exacerbates during the long journey? If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for some time. My house is just at the bottom of the mountain, which is not far away from here." Zhao Yibai appeared to be hesitant and asked, "Will it cause you any trouble?" He was worried that the enemy might retaliate against them and barge into the woman's house. The woman put on a smile, "Don't worry. To be honest with you, my son is a disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, and he's a pretty successful cultivator now. That person would never dare to make a scene in my house." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment. "Are you a family member of the village chief, madam?" She just said that her house was at the bottom of the mountain, which would put it in the village they had visited earlier. There was no way there were two people who were the disciples of Spirit Sea Temple in such a tiny village. If Zhao Yibai wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the village chief's wife. As expected, the woman nodded, "That's right." Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your righteousness, madam. I, Zhao Yibai, am truly grateful. Don't be overly polite with me. I have a daughter who is about the same age as her. If you don't mind it, you can call me Auntie Mai." Zhao Yibai nodded and obediently called her Auntie Mai. It was then that the woman smiled and nodded before she got up. It's getting late now. We should be on our way. Zhao Yibai nodded and carried the unconscious Zhao Ya up before following Zhen Shuemai, who nervously reminded him to be careful so as not to irritate Zhao Ya's wound. It appeared that she was even more anxious than Zhao Yibai. As they moved forward, Zhen Shuemai asked Zhao Yibai some questions while he replied to her honestly. Upon learning that it took them half a year to go from Seven Stars Town to this place, she was quite surprised. Soon, they arrived at the manor that was located at the entrance of the village. Zhen Shuemai pushed the door open and personally helped settle Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya down in a guest room. Following that, she ordered 2 clever maidservants to serve them before she returned to her room to get some rest, though she kept looking back as she left. The candlelight flickered inside the room as Zhen Shuemai was facing her dressing table. With reddened eyes, she started crying in silence. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes pushed the door open. He was the village chief, Shu Liang Cai, whom Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya had met some time ago. There was a dark expression on Shu Liang Cai's face as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon finishing the tea, he said, "I heard from the servants that you've brought 2 strangers home." Zhen Shuemai fell silent. Shu Liang Cai landed a fist on the table and yelled, "That's ridiculous. Those people obviously have some kind of powerful enemy. By bringing them back here, it's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. What if their enemy invades our house? Although there are bodyguards here, they're not very strong. How are they supposed to survive? Do you want our family to be destroyed?" Looking at him through the reflection of the bronze mirror, Zhen Shuemai asked, "Husband, do you remember Donga?" Shu Liang Cai's fury came to an abrupt halt, and then he knitted his brows. "Why did you bring that up all of a sudden?" Zhen Shuemai put on a cheerless smile. She was just 5 days old when she was dumped on the mountain in the middle of winter. I quickly went to look for her, but I couldn't find her regardless of how hard I tried. No one knew whether she was taken away by some beast. It was Shu Liang Cai's turn to fall silent now. Presently, Zhen Shuemai's face was covered in tears. "I carried her for 10 months of pregnancy before I finally gave birth to her, but you secretly threw her away. How could you be so ruthless?" Shu Liang Cai let out a sigh. "I had no choice back then. We were poor, so having another baby would put a strain on our finances. How were we supposed to provide for her? I was forced to do it. Now, I can even provide for 10 kids, let alone one." Zhen Shuemai sneered. "How much food would a baby need? You were forced to do it. Would you still have the heart to throw her away if she were a boy?" An impatient Shu Liang Cai snapped. "Many years have passed, and you should put this matter down. Moreover, I looked for her in the past, but how was I supposed to find her when there are so many people in the world? You're also aware that it was winter when the incident happened. She was just 5 days old. Even if she was not taken away by some beast, she would have been frozen to death. I can never let this matter go." Zhen Shuemai said through clenched teeth, "She's my daughter. Hao is also your child. How much care have you given him over the years? Why can't you forget a dead person? She is not dead. Enough." Shu Liang Cai landed his fist on the table again and stood straight up. "I think you've gone mad. You always go up the mountain whenever you feel like it. What could there be on that mountain after all those years? What do you think you can find? I've never interfered because I feel guilty, but I never expected that you would become so impudent now. Tell those people to scram tomorrow morning, or else I'll personally chase them out." As he spoke, someone was heard knocking on the door from outside. "What's the matter?" Shu Liang Cai bellowed. The servant outside the room replied, "Master, madam, the young master is back, and has brought back some of his fellow brothers." Upon hearing that, Shu Liang Cai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, "Father, mother, I'm back." Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Shu Liang Cai clenched the young man's arms. "It's really you, Hao." Shu Hao called out with joy, "Father, that's great. I'm glad that you're back." Shu Liang Cai examined him. "It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple?" Shu Hao replied with a smile, "Don't worry, father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well." Shu Liang Cai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Zhen Shuemai was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably. "You're back, Hao." "Mother," Shu Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Zhen Shuemai, Shu Liang Cai interrupted them by saying, "I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well." Shu Hao nodded, "Yes. They're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me." "Good." Shu Hao nodded before turning to Zhen Shuemai, "You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow." "Go on." Zhen Shuemai looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Shu Hao introduced his senior brothers to Shu Liang Cai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Shu Liang Cai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Shu Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Shu Liang Cai found out that this senior brother, named Hu Zun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Shu Liang Cai was aware of who Hu Zun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Shu Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Shu Liang Cai was especially fond of Hu Zun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Hu Zun as possible because of his son. "Noble nephew Hu, if I may ask, what is that?" Shu Liang Cai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Hu Zun looked smilingly at Shu Hao, who replied in his place, "Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head." Shu Liang Cai was stunned. "A head? Whose head is it?" "It's the head of a criminal," Hu Zun explained. "The reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Shu said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Shu is truly our lucky star." Shu Hao burst into laughter. "I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence." They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. "I see." Shu Liang Cai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him, so he sported a calm expression. Hu Zun said, "It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them." Shu Liang Cai said, "Noble nephew Hu, perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover and that was why he passed away." Hu Zun shook his head. "That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug." Shu Liang Cai became startled upon hearing that and muttered, "Could it be them?" Shu Hao asked curiously, "Who are you talking about, father?" After giving it a thought, Shu Liang Cai briefly told them that Zhen Shuemai had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Zhen Shuemai, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Shu Liang Cai associated them with the killing of this criminal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4695, Hu Zun. Upon hearing that, Hu Zun and Shu Hao exchanged glances. The former nodded and said, "In that case, I suppose they're the ones. What a coincidence. Your mother is a kind-hearted person. The average person might not be willing to bring injured people back to their home." Shu Hao put on a smile. "My mother has always been like that." Hu Zun then gazed at Shu Liang Cai. "Sir, since they're in your house, can you invite them to come over and meet us? It's thanks to them that we were able to easily complete the task from the master sect. I'd like to thank them personally." There was a hint of hesitation on Shu Liang Cai's face. "To be honest with you, it's not convenient to do so. According to the servants who brought those people back, the woman is severely injured as she's still unconscious now." Hu Zun quickly rose from the chair. "In that case, I'll have to see her. I have some healing pills with me that might help." Seeing that the man was so persistent, Shu Liang Cai found it hard to turn him down and eventually nodded. "Please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements." Hu Zun cupped his fist. "Many thanks, sir." Shu Liang Cai stepped into the inner court and told a maidservant to pass on his word to Zhao Yibai, who soon rushed over and cupped his fist. "Zhao Yibai greets Sir Village Chief." "It's you." Shu Liang Cai stared dazedly at the man. He only knew that his wife had brought 2 people home with her, but he hadn't expected that they were the very ones he had met in the morning. He could instantly recognize Zhao Yibai when he saw him. There was an awkward expression on Shu Liang Cai's face, for he wasn't very polite to the 2 of them earlier this morning. After clearing his throat, he mentioned Hu Zun and the others as well as their suggestion to Zhao Yibai, who frowned upon hearing that and said, "Xiao Yue is still unconscious. Moreover, I've helped her consume some healing pills already. I thank senior brother Hu for his kindness, but it's not convenient for him to see my sister at this moment." It was then Shu Liang Cai said in a grim voice, "Noble nephew Zhao, it's not that I want to force you to do anything just because I'm older, but noble nephew who is a powerful disciple from Spirit Sea Temple. Since he's sincere as he wants to express his gratitude, it's hard for me to turn him down. Moreover, the medicine you have with you might not be as good as his. It will do your sister no harm to let him have a look." Certainly, Zhao Yibai wasn't willing to let anyone disturb Zhao Yue. However, since Shu Liang Cai, the owner of this place, had said so, it was difficult to reject him. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded. "I'll thank senior brother Hu in advance, then." With a smile, Shu Liang Cai patted the other man's shoulder. "Wait a moment. I'll tell them to come over now." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. A while later, Shu Liang Cai brought 2 young men to come over. After some introductions, Zhao Yibai found out that the older one was the disciple of Spirit Sea Temple that Shu Liang Cai had mentioned, Hu Zun. The younger one was his son, Shu Hao, who was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. They then saluted one another. Although Hu Zun appeared polite, there was a faint sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Since Zhao Yibai was weaker, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. On the other hand, Hu Zun could see at first glance that Zhao Yibai was only in the Qi transformation realm. A doubt arose in his heart. Since this man is so weak, could his companion be any more powerful? Was our target really killed by the 2 of them? "What's your sect, junior brother Zhao?" Hu Zun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I've never joined any sect before." It was then Hu Zun came to the realization that this person must have a terrible aptitude, so no sect was willing to take him on as a disciple. That was why he only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm at this age. "What's the realm your sister is in?" Zhao Yibai never hid anything as he replied, "She's now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage." True Element Boundary 9th stage. Hu Zun arched his brow. With such cultivation, it was possible that she had managed to kill their target. After all, they had severely injured him previously, so it was reasonable that the woman managed to get lucky and defeat him. "I heard that your sister was badly injured during the battle. It so happens that I've brought with me some special healing pills made in my master sect with excellent medicinal efficacies. May I go in and have a look?" "This way, senior brother Hu." Zhao Yibai extended his hand. Before they even entered the room, they heard some footsteps approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Zhen Shuemai emerging from the corner. It seemed that she had rushed over as she was panting heavily. "What are you doing here?" Shu Liang Cai frowned. A nervous Zhen Shuemai replied, "The servants told me that all of you have gathered together here. I had no idea what was going on, so I decided to come over and see for myself." Shu Liang Cai said, "It's nothing serious. Noble nephew who just wants to check on the woman." It was then Zhen Shuemai let out a sigh of relief. To the side, Shu Hao spoke gently to Hu Zun, who then stepped forward, "Spirit Sea Temples Hu Xian greets madam." Zhen Shuemai smiled and nodded, "There's no need to be overly polite with me. Hao has repeatedly mentioned in his letters that you take good care of him in the sect. As his parents, which should express our gratitude." Appearing to be humble, Hu Zun replied, "I don't deserve your gratitude, madam. Junior brother Shu has an outstanding aptitude, and honored master regards him highly. I'm only older than him by a few years as a senior brother, so it's my duty to take care of him." After some small talk, they subsequently entered the room. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and Zhao Wei was lying there with her eyes closed as her face pale. Zhao Yi Bai led them to the bed. When Zhen Shuemai looked down, her eyes reddened in an instant as her eyelashes fluttered. On the other hand, Shu Hao and the others were stunned as they stared fixedly at the woman on the bed. It wasn't like they had never seen beautiful women before, but none of them were comparable to the one lying on the bed before them at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Wei's beauty could cause the downfall of a city. When Zhao Yi Bai and her were traveling across the world, Zhao Wei's beauty had attracted a lot of unwanted trouble. After several incidents, she had no choice but to cover her face with a veil, which prevented many conflicts from happening. Since she was recuperating in bed now though, her face naturally wasn't covered. Her pale face gave off a sense of morbid beauty. Any man who saw her in such a state would pity her and hope to become injured and lie on the bed in her stead. Shu Liang Cai was amazed as well. Although he hadn't managed to see Zhao Wei's face in the morning, he had a feeling that this woman was extremely beautiful. When he finally saw her now though, her beauty still greatly surprised him. At that moment, the room fell dead silent. Realizing that something was off, Zhen Shuemai said with a frown, "Noble nephew Hu, didn't you say you've brought some healing medicine from your master sect? Ian, here you go." Hu Zun came to his senses and quickly fished out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring. He was then ready to go over and feed Zhao Wei a pill. Seeing that, Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly stopped him. "Senior brother Hu, please leave it to me. I wouldn't dare to trouble you." Hu Zun shot him a glance, but there was no reason for him to insist. Therefore, he passed the bottle to Zhao Yi Bai. "Help her take one pill now, and do it again every 6 hours." "I'll remember," Zhao Yi Bai nodded, but he didn't immediately feed a pill to Zhao Wei. That was because before their departure, Zhao Wei's master had passed them a lot of spirit pills. Given Senior's power and status, the medicines that came from him must be the best of the best. Regardless of how useful the spirit pills that were given by Hu Zun, there was no way they could be better than what were in Zhao Yibai's possession. The reason he even accepted this bottle of pills was that he didn't want to offend Hu Zun. In order to change the subject, Zhao Yibai hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, given your vision, can you tell how badly injured Xiao Ya is?" After examining her for a moment, Hu Zun replied, "Her aura is stable, and her vitality is ample. I believe she'll be fine. However, I'll need to carry out a thorough examination on her to find out more. Please check on her now then, noble nephew Hu," Shu Liang Cai said. As a sly old man, he could easily tell Hu Zun's intentions. Zhen Shuemai furrowed her brows. It's not appropriate for a man to inspect an unconscious woman's body. Shu Liang Cai shot her a glare. "What do you know? Unlike ordinary people like us, cultivators wouldn't be bothered about such trifles." "I don't think it's a trifle. Men and women who are not family members are not supposed to come into contact," Zhen Shuemai refuted sternly. Shu Liang Cai had never expected that his wife would embarrass him in front of such important guests, so his face had reddened with exasperation. Just then, a weakened voice was heard calling out, "Big brother Yi Bai." When they turned their heads, they saw that Zhao Wei's lashes were fluttering. Her clear eyes opened the next moment and seemed to become an abyss that could trap the gazes of all the men present. Xiao Wei. Zhao Yi Bai quickly took a seat beside her and touched her forehead before appearing relieved. You're finally awake. To the side, Zhen Shuemai shook slightly. It seemed that she wanted to step forward, but she stopped herself from doing so in the end. Zhao Wei nodded slightly, then gazed at the people beside the bed with vigilance. Who are they? Zhao Yi Bai comforted her by saying, don't worry. They're not bad people. He then went on to introduce these people to her. Only after he was finished did Zhao Wei nod. I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate. Hearing that, Zhen Shuemai hurriedly said, young lady, please get some rest and don't worry about anything. We'll take our leave now. Without responding to her, Zhao Wei closed her eyes. Seeing that, they could only leave with Zhen Shuemai. Zhao Yi Bai saw them off and returned to the room. Xu Liang Cai brought Hu Zun and Xu Hao back to the banquet. As they drank more wine, the atmosphere became merry. The banquet ended in the middle of the night as they returned to their rooms to get some rest. The next morning, the people of Spirit Sea Temple came together. Hu Zun, as their leader, said, all of you should take the criminal's head back to the master sect first. Junior brother Shu doesn't come back home frequently, so he'll stay here for a bit longer. What about you, senior brother Hu? Someone asked. Hu Zun replied, during our mission, I sensed a turning point in my cultivation, so I want to spend some time comprehending it. This place is peaceful and serene, which suits my needs. I'll remain here for a short time. Go back now and tell my master about it. Yes, they all agreed immediately. After seeing his fellow brothers of Spirit Sea Temple off, Hu Zun turned his gaze to Xu Hao. Junior brother Xu, how have I treated you over the years? Xu Hao replied firmly, other than my parents, senior brother who has treated me the best. You were the one who took care of me when I first joined the sect. I'll never forget the favor you've shown me. With a gratified expression, Hu Zun patted the other man's shoulder. I know you're a grateful person. I've always focused on martial Dao, so although I've come of age, I've never considered getting myself a partner. However, life is full of surprises. Since the right woman has appeared, I should give it a serious thought. Will you lend me a hand, junior brother? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4696, Refuse a toast, drink a forfeit. Do you have your eyes on that woman, senior brother? Xu Hao wasn't a fool. Although Hu Zun had never made it clear, Xu Hao could understand what the other man was trying to say. Anyway, no man wouldn't be tempted by such an alluring woman. Last night, he was in a dazed state while cultivating as he couldn't help thinking about the woman's slightly pale face. Although the woman was clearly older than him by a few years, cultivators typically enjoyed a very long life, hence, the difference in their age didn't matter. If he was able to marry such a woman, Xu Hao was willing to pay half of his lifespan in exchange. However, at this moment, Hu Zun was expressing his thoughts right in front of him. Xu Hao was displeased and furious as someone else had his eyes on the woman he was interested in. Nevertheless, when he was facing this senior brother, who had been taking care of him since he was a young kid, he had no way to vent his anger. Junior brother, if you can lend me a hand and make it happen, I'll put in a good word for you in front of honored master. I'll ask him to teach you the second part of the Tempest art. Xu Hao was immediately tempted. Although he was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, his status was not comparable to that of Hu Zun. While Hu Zun was a core disciple in Spirit Sea Temple, Xu Hao was a less important common disciple. That was why Hu Zun was the leader that was in charge of the mission they were given by the master sect. Over the years, he had only cultivated the first part of the Tempest art and made it to the third-order true element boundary. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to get the second part of the Tempest art. However, his master didn't seem to have the intention of teaching it to him any time soon as he still wanted to give him more tests. This mission was one of the tests. If Hu Zun was willing to put in a good word for him, Xu Hao could easily get the second part of the Tempest art. There wasn't a lack of beautiful women in the world, but there was only one Tempest art. Moreover, even if he competed with Hu Zun, he might not be the one who would marry the woman in the end. Although he wasn't really willing to give up, Shu Hao soon made up his mind and nodded. Senior brother, you've treated me like a real brother all this time. If there's any way I can help, just tell me right away. Hu Zun smiled and nodded before patting the other man's shoulders. You're indeed my good junior brother. That woman is severely wounded, so it will take her a month or two to recuperate. Ian, help me find out about her background first. A curious Shu Hao asked. That guy named Zhao Yibai said he hasn't joined any sect. I suppose the two of them had started cultivating due to some opportunity. Hu Zun replied, that's just what he said, we'd better find out more first. All right. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll look into it. In the next few days, Zhao Yue stayed in the room to recuperate. Zhen Shuemai would visit her every day and stay for a few hours each time. She would talk to Zhao Yue when the latter was awake, and she would keep guard by her side when she was asleep. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai felt apologetic as he thought that they had been troubling Zhen Shuemai. During this period of time, Shu Hao once brought Hu Zun to look for Zhen Shuemai. They also visited Zhao Yue while they were there. However, after that, Zhen Shuemai would make sure to meet them outside the room whenever they came. She wouldn't allow them to disturb Zhao Yue. During Zhao Yue's 13-year stay on Azure Jade Peak, her cultivation had been deliberately suppressed by Yang Kai, but while her cultivation improved slowly, her physique had been significantly improved. Just like Zhao Yibai, her physique was one of the strongest among the cultivators in the same age and realm. However, her frail-looking figure could easily fool others. Although she was severely injured, it only took her 5 days to get out of bed, and it only took her another few days to start walking. While her strong physique contributed to her rapid recovery, the spirit pills given by Yang Kai were another reason. Following Hu Zun's order, Shu Hao had asked his mother some indirect questions and found out more about Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yue. Nevertheless, they rarely revealed any personal information, so the information Shu Hao could get was limited as well. They're from 7 Stars Town? Hu Zun frowned as the candlelight flickered in the room. Although I've never heard of 7 Stars Town before, I know a thing or two about 7 Stars Sect. It's said that they were still a second-class sect in the past. Then, all of a sudden, a third-order Emperor Realm Master became their ancestor. That's how they instantly became a first-class sect. Hu Zun nodded. I'm aware of that as well. I suppose 7 Stars Town relies on 7 Stars Sect to exist. In that case, they're probably the disciples of 7 Stars Sect. Hu Zun gently knocked on the table. That guy has a terrible aptitude as he's only in the Qi transformation realm at such an age. He might be speaking the truth when he said that he has never joined any sect. He probably has nothing to do with 7 Stars Sect. On the other hand, Zhao Yue might be from 7 Stars Sect. However, even if it's true, she must be a common disciple. Shu Hao bowed his head. You have a point, senior brother. Zhao Yue was older than him by a few years, but she was only in the true element boundary 9th stage, so he supposed that her aptitude was no better than his. Even if she was really a disciple from 7 Stars Sect, she wouldn't be an important figure. Following that, Shu Hao fawned over him by saying, given your cultivation and status, Zhao Yue is extremely lucky to have gained your favor. Hu Zun shook his head, but that woman is pretty cold and dispassionate. It won't be easy to win her heart. Over the past few days, they had been trying to come into contact with Zhao Yue, but during their rare encounters, she always sported an indifferent expression and wouldn't even spare them a glance. On the other hand, she seemed very concerned about Zhao Yibai, which infuriated Hu Zun. As a core disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, he managed to make it to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage at such a young age. In the sect, he was always surrounded by senior sisters and junior sisters. There had never been a woman who dared to treat him coldly. Let's not forget about your mother. Hu Zun glared at him as he spoke. For some reason, Zhen Shuemai had always stayed by Zhao Yue's side in the past few days, which made Hu Zun unable to reveal his charm in front of the alluring woman. There was a meek expression on Shu Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, Zhao Yue has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days. Hu Zun said coldly, I can't stay here for a long time as we need to head back to the Master Sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if Honored Master blames us. What should we do? then? While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Xu Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Zhao Yue, he wouldn't want to see Hu Zun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Hu Zun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded. Xu Hao was stunned. Senior brother, you. Hu Zun said grimly, you have to help me, junior brother. Upon hearing that, Xu Hao became anxious. The next day, Zhen Shuemai was talking to Zhao Yue in the room, and as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Zhao Yue listened in silence. Certainly, Zhen Shuemai could see that Zhao Yue wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Zhao Yue would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Xu Hao rushing over. How? Zhen Shuemai rose from the chair. What are you doing here? Xu Hao replied with a smile. Father wants to see you, mother. Your father is looking for me. Zhen Shuemai was surprised. Xu Hao nodded. Yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious. Zhen Shuemai furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Zhao Yue and Zhao Yibai, get some rest now. I'll have a look. Zhao Yibai got up and said, see you later, Auntie Mai. After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Xu Hao. We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Xu. Xiao Yue has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon. You're leaving so soon? Xu Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Zhao Yue. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, we haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching. Xu Hao subconsciously nodded. This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for. Hu Zun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment, he stepped into the room. Zhao Yue slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Xu Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Hu Zun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist, senior brother Hu. Hu Zun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Zhao Yue as though he wanted to eat her alive. Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Zhao Yue? Zhao Yue didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, scram. Hu Zun's expression changed, then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. Sister Zhao Yue, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love. I sincerely want you to come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. Don't worry, I'll ask my master to hold a wedding for us. We'll live together forever, and you'll be my only woman. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded upon hearing that, as he had never expected that a man could speak to a woman like that. This was something completely new to him. At the same time, he felt displeased in his heart as he had the urge to beat someone up for the first time. He initially had a good impression of Hu Zun, but looking at him now, he just felt that the man was despicable and hideous. I told you to get out. Are you deaf or what? Zhao Yue finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze was like an ice sheet that had been frozen for thousands of years. Hu Zun let out a sigh. Since you've refused a toast, you must drink a loss. Junior brother Xu. There was a conflicted expression on Xu Hao's face, but the next moment, he subdued Zhao Yibai. A dumbstruck Zhao Yibai called out, Senior brother Xu? Xu Hao appeared guilty as he lugged Zhao Yibai away in silence. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4697, She's Your Daughter. A loud bang was heard coming from behind Zhao Yibai as Zhao Yue and Hu Zun exchanged moves. Seeing that Zhao Yibai was captured, she wanted to save him, but the well-prepared Huzun wouldn't let her succeed. After intercepting her, Huzun said, "If you're obedient, Zhao Yibai will be fine. However, if you resist, I can't guarantee whether that brat will survive. I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces if Big Brother Yibai loses a single strand of hair." Zhao Wei shot him a piercing glance. Huzun roared, "Why are you so concerned about such a useless waste? I was already a true element boundary master at his age, but he's only in the Qi transformation realm. Only this who has the right to spend the rest of his life with you. You're the waste here." Zhao Wei sneered as she extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before pointing it at him. "Tell Shu how to send Big Brother Yibai back, and I'll spare your life." Huzun let out a sigh. "Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for not treating you gently." Outside the court, Zhao Yibai sighed. What's the point of him doing all this? After lugging him out of the court, Shu Hao directly released him. He didn't intend to restrict him in any way. Given the fact that he was a true element boundary master, Zhao Yibai could never make a scene in front of him. As he listened to the noises of the battle and sensed the clashes of powers, he felt bitter in his heart. After all, the alluring woman would belong to Huzun in just a moment. When he turned his head and saw Zhao Yibai looking all calm, he frowned. "Aren't you worried about Zhao Wei?" A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, "What's there to worry about?" On top of numerous healing pills, the pair had also brought 2 artifact armors with them when they left Azure Jade Peak to venture into the outside world. Those artifact armors were given to Zhao Wei during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect in the past. At that time, Yang Kai kept those gifts for her. It wasn't until she had to leave the mountain that he gave some of the artifacts back to her. However, both Zhao Yibai and Zhao Wei had never thought about putting the artifacts on all along. They didn't want to rely on any external aids during their journey as they wanted to push their limits and test themselves. A few days ago though, Zhao Wei was severely injured, and she still hadn't fully recovered even now. Worried that something might happen while she was in a weakened state, Zhao Yibai told her to put on her artifact armor. Naturally, Zhao Wei wouldn't disobey him. The artifact armor was made by an elder from 7 Stars sect who was in the Dao Source realm, so it was extremely valuable to a cultivator in the true element boundary. One could be well protected by putting it on. Even someone in the transcendent realm would not be able to harm Zhao Wei, not to mention that Huzun was only in the immortal ascension boundary. Perhaps only people in the Origin Returning realm and Origin King realm could break through the defensive power of the artifact armor. Shu Hao was dumbfounded as he gazed at Zhao Yibai. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in the world. His sister hadn't fully recovered, and she was now locked in an intense battle with a stronger foe. If she was defeated, her modesty would be violated. However, this man was not anxious at all. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai appeared worried. "Xiao Wei hasn't recovered yet. Her wound would be irritated by making a move. That's all you're worried about?" Shu Hao thought that there must be something wrong with this guy's head as the latter hadn't realized the severity of the matter. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai replied in a nervous tone, "Xiao Wei has a rather ruthless personality. I hope she doesn't kill senior brother Hu." At that moment, Shu Hao no longer wanted to talk to him. Just then, Shu Liang Cai and Zhen Xuemai rushed over and a flustered Shu Liang Cai asked, "Hao, what's going on?" He was perplexed when Zhen Xuemai looked for him just now. Before they could figure out what their son was up to though, they heard the noises of a battle, which was why they rushed over. There was a meek expression on Shu Hao's face as he blocked the entrance of the court. "Nothing. It's just that senior brother who wanted to exchange some pointers with that young lady." "Exchange pointers?" Zhen Xuemai's expression changed. "That's ridiculous. Xiao Wei hasn't recovered yet, so how is she able to exchange moves with another person? Why didn't you stop them, Hao?" Upon finishing her words, she was ready to rush in and stop them. "Mother." Shu Hao steadfastly blocked the entrance as he pressed his lips together and shook his head. Zhen Xuemai's face turned pale as she gazed at her son's guilty-looking eyes. It was apparent that the people in the court were not exchanging pointers. Upon that realization, Shu Liang Cai furrowed his brows. Certainly, he was not pleased with Huzun's action in his house, but that man was his son's senior brother after all, and Shu Hao's future hinged on him. Hence, Despite his displeasure, he wasn't willing to interfere in the matter. To him, both Zhao Yue and Zhao Yi Bai were just strangers, so their life or death had nothing to do with him. In that case, we'll just let them do whatever they want, Shu Liang Cai said, then motioned to his wife to stay out of it. On the other hand, Zhen Shuemai's face was as pale as a white sheet while she clenched her son's arms and begged, "Hao, stop your senior brother right now. Xiao Yue is still injured, she can't fight with him." Shu Hao hung his head low and replied in a small voice, "Mother, I have no right to change senior brother Hu's decision. Why are you trying to interfere in the matter between the two of them? Go back now." Shu Liang Cai extended his hand to pull Zhen Shuemai, who flung his hand away. With a despondent expression, she gazed at Shu Hao and said anxiously, "Hao, I don't want anything to happen to Xiao Yue. Please tell your senior brother not to do this. You're his fellow brother after all. I'm sure he'll listen to you." Shu Hao shook his head with a helpless smile. "Mother, you have no idea about my senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, no one else can change his mind other than our master." Shu Liang Cai clenched her arm and snapped, "Why are you being so meddlesome in other people's affairs? It's completely normal that cultivators exchange pointers, so why are you making a scene here? Don't touch me." Zhen Shuemai flung his hand away again and attempted to step into the court. "I'll stop them myself then." The Shu family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yi Bai realized why Zhen Shuemai had been so concerned about Zhao Yue, as she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Zhao Yue. "That must be the reason," she exclaimed in the log house at that time. "Xiao Yue has found her biological parents." Zhao Yi Bai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. "Hao, stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet." Zhen Shuemai looked pleadingly at her son. Shu Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Shu Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes and exclaimed, "Immortal Ascension Boundary." The clouds in the sky suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Hu Zun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Zhao Yue was breaking through. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4698, My name is Zhao Yue. As lightning struck, the aura of the Immortal Ascension Boundary spread out wildly. The noises of the battle in the court intensified as Hu Zun could be heard crying out. Shu Hao had no idea what was going on inside, and although he wanted to have a look, he was unable to even approach the courtyard. An incense stick later, the noises slowly subsided. Half of the manor had been destroyed from the fallout of the battle. Shu Hao immediately rushed towards the battlefield, and what came into his sight caused his pupils to contract. There was a figure, whose white clothes were stained with blood, standing on the chaotic battlefield with a spear in her hand. Blood was seen dripping from the tip of the silver spear. In front of her, Hu Zun was leaning against the wall as he covered his own throat with both hands. His figure was battered and there were countless wounds all over his body. He was no longer able to speak as blood continuously streamed through the gaps of his fingers. With his eyes widened, he still seemed to be longing for life. Shu Hao was flabbergasted. Not only was Hu Zun defeated, but it also seemed that he wouldn't survive. The sight was unbelievable to Shu Hao. It had to be noted that Hu Zun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage while Zhao Yue had just achieved a breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. How is it possible that Hu Zun was defeated? The next moment, Shu Hao felt a dense murderous intent fall on him like a tsunami. He instantly felt cold all over his body as though he had fallen into an ice cave. A cold light expanded before his eyes and blinded his vision. Zhao Yi Bai, who arrived just in time, hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Yue, stop. He's your brother." A gale swept past Shu Hao's face as a spear point came into contact with his forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. His vision refocused as he could finally see that Zhao Yue was standing just 3 steps away from him while her spear was literally pressed against his head. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he had just escaped from death's door. If Zhao Yibai hadn't shouted in time, Xu Hao would have turned into a corpse by now. It was then he realized it wasn't a joke when Zhao Yibai said Zhao Yue had a ruthless temperament. Xiao Wei. Zhen Shuemai wailed and rushed over before clenching her daughter's arms. She appeared anxious as she examined her. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? There was a conflicted expression on Shu Liang Cai's face as he glanced at Zhao Yue, but his attention was soon attracted to the dying Hu Zun. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Hao, check on your senior brother, now. Following a nod, Xu Hao dashed towards Hu Zun and inspected his wounds. Zhao Yue's surging murderous intent instantly dissipated the moment Zhao Yibai called out to her. With a caring gaze, she asked, Are you all right, big brother Yibai? I'm fine, Zhao Yibai shook his head. What were you talking about just now? Zhao Yue appeared puzzled. Zhao Yibai parted his lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. Xiao Yue, if I'm not mistaken, Auntie Mai is your mother, and Uncle Shu is your father. Also, Xu Hao is your younger brother. Mother. Zhao Yue's pupils contracted as she looked dazedly at Zhen Shuemai. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Like the pearls after the string snapped, Zhen Shuemai's tears slid down her face as she nodded repeatedly. My child, I'm your mother. In an instant, Zhao Yue's mind descended into chaos. After all, she had just finished a life-and-death battle, and all of a sudden someone firmly claimed to be her mother. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but she would never doubt whatever Zhao Yibai told her. When you were injured previously, Auntie Mai was helping to dress your wound in the log cabin. That was when she saw the plum blossom birthmark on your left shoulder. Auntie Mai's daughter has the same birthmark. Moreover, your age matches that of her daughter. Zhao Yibai sighed. Zhao Yue stared dazedly at the weeping Zhen Shuemai. All of a sudden, she recalled that the older woman had said she had a daughter who was about the same age as her. However, during Zhao Yue's stay in this place, she had never seen this daughter that Zhen Shuemai had mentioned before. She wasn't a prying person though, so she had never asked about it. It now seemed that she was the daughter that Zhen Shuemai had talked about. I'm sorry, Xiao Yue. I didn't take good care of you. Zhen Shuemai felt as if she would never stop crying. Zhao Yue's eyes slowly reddened as well. Staring at the woman in front of her, she called out gently, Mother. Zhen Shuemai covered her mouth as she sobbed. She had been waiting for 20 years to hear her daughter call her mother. Now that her wish had been granted, she felt she could die with no regrets. On the other hand, Shu Liang Cai was standing beside Hu Zun as he appeared apprehensive. Although Xu Hao infused his power into Hu Zun's body in an attempt to save him, his efforts were in vain. Initially, Hu Zun could still make some gurgling sounds through his throat, but just a while later, he fell silent as he widened his eyes. His hands went limp as his vitality dissipated. Xu Hao slowly got to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet. He's dead. As if struck by lightning, Shu Liang Cai staggered backwards and fell on his bottom. It's over. It's all over. Hu Zun was killed in his house, and the murderer was the daughter he had abandoned 20 years ago. There was no way those from Spirit Sea Temple would let them off. Not only was Xu Hao's future destroyed, but their entire family was also doomed. He suddenly got up and charged towards Zhao Yue before angrily slapping across her face. Following a loud slap, a red mark appeared on Zhao Yue's face. Look what you've done. Shu Liang Cai was infuriated. What are you doing? Zhen Shuemai quickly stood in front of Zhao Yue and spread her arms like a hen protecting her chick. Shu Liang Cai snapped, She's a jinx. I threw her away 20 years ago, so why did she come back at this point? The moment she came back, she has given us such a calamity. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled her to death myself. Are you out of your mind? Zhen Shuemai exclaimed. Behind her, Zhao Yue hung her head low as her tears dropped to the ground. She muttered, So. I was abandoned. Shu Liang Cai barked, Yes, I was the one who threw you away on the mountain. Why were you not taken away by some beast? Why are you still alive? Enough. Donga is your daughter. Zhen Shuemai was so overwhelmed that she started trembling. She has brought such a disaster upon our family once she appeared. I don't have a daughter like her. Now that Hu Zun is dead, what will happen to Hauer? What will happen to our family? There's no way those from Spirit Sea Temple will forgive us. We're doomed. All this has happened because of her. Zhen Shuemai roared. Hu Zun was a wicked man. He wanted to violate Donga's modesty. Was she not supposed to resist? He got what he deserved. Shut up, you wretch. Big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Yue suddenly gazed at Zhao Yi Bai and put on a gentle smile. Will you please go somewhere else for a moment? I'd like to talk to my parents. Zhao Yi Bai frowned as he looked at the red mark on her face. Although he was hesitant, he still nodded in the end. He then walked out of the courtyard and disappeared from their sight. Shu Liang Cai was still cursing when he abruptly stopped. When his vision focused, he found himself staring at the tip of a silver spear that was right in front of his face. In a shaking voice, he said, What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you want to kill me? Zhen Shuemai was also dumbstruck as she shook her head at Zhao Yue with anxiety. Don't make any rash moves, Donga. Although she had always been resentful of Shu Liang Cai for throwing her child away, Zhao Yue was his daughter after all. It would be totally unacceptable if she decided to kill him. Shu Hao's heart leaped to his throat as he had witnessed how Zhao Yue mercilessly murdered Hu Zun. If she decided to kill here, he was powerless to stop her. It seemed that only Zhao Yi Bai could stop her from doing anything irrational. It was no wonder that she told Zhao Yi Bai to leave for a moment. It was apparent that she didn't want the man to see her looking so cruel and heartless. When I was a young child, I already knew that I was picked up by Auntie Lu. She is like a mother to me, and she treats me really well. There's also Uncle Yang. Big brother Yi Bai always said that if my father were still alive, he would be as amiable as Uncle Yang. Hence, I always believed that since I had a mother and father figure, I was not lacking anything. I left Seven Stars Town at the age of 7 and joined Seven Stars Sect. Although my master seems to be cold-blooded, he's actually a good man. Moreover, I also have big brother Yi Bai. What are you trying to say, Donga? Zhen Shuemai gazed at her with a horrified expression. There was a faint smile on Zhao Yue's face. I've never thought about looking for my biological parents. To me, those who have raised me are my family members. As for all of you, you're nothing to me. Shu Liang Cai gulped as he said meekly, I'm your biological father. Zhao Yue replied with a smile, what right do you have to claim to be my father when you didn't even bother to raise me? Who do you think you are to give me orders? While she pushed her spear forward again, Shu Liang Cai staggered backwards and yelled, why you can't do this to me? I guess I'll be considered unfilial and wicked if I stabbed this spear into your head. Do you want to give it a try? Zhen Shuemai's face turned pale. Please don't, Donga. There was a cold expression on Zhao Yue's face as she said through clenched teeth, my name is Zhao Yue. All of a sudden, she put her spear away and bent her back to salute Zhen Shuemai. Many thanks for taking care of me in the past few days, Auntie Mai. Please take care of yourself in the future. Zhen Shuemai cried, you have to take good care of yourself too. With an impassive expression, Zhao Yue nodded and shuffled forward. There's no way you can escape. Shu Hao, who had remained silent for a long time, sighed. Since senior brother Hu Zun is dead, his life lamp has undoubtedly shattered. Those from Spirit Sea Temple must be aware of his death by now. I suppose my honored master is rushing over to this place. Shu Liang Cai nodded repeatedly. You can't just leave. Wait for those from Spirit Sea Temple to come and explain everything to them. Zhao Yue ignored him, but she soon stopped in her tracks and looked in a particular direction with an alarmed expression. A figure suddenly appeared beside her as Zhao Yi Bai had returned. He took Zhao Yue's hand and said anxiously, we have to run, now. Something's wrong. He was only in the Qi transformation realm, so his senses weren't as sharp as Zhao Yue's. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.